In the Western region, GSTS to be specific, one of the biggest secondary schools in the part of town, getting ready to outdoor the manifesto for the 2024 general elections. This is our extended coverage. Just had Alfredo Kansi Kemini, Nyemini Amano, Michael Ogbodu, Beatrice Edu, and Bella Mundi, along with a very own Akablé, putting together the figures and the analysis with two guests, Musa Dankwa of Global Info Analytics and Dr. Zato, Senior Lecturer at the University of Ghana Political Science Department. My name is John Hughes. Welcome. I'm here with Michael Ogbodu. It's 39 minutes after 2 here on a Sunday afternoon. All the action, all the sounds, all the sights. And we'll take you right back there into that heavily packed venue of the GSTS, where the Vice President of the Republic, who is also the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, along with the wife of the Vice President, often called the Second Lady, is there also. They're seated on the front line with Engineer Kwabeneje Japan, one-time presidential hopeful of the NPP. Well, he now plays a very critical role in the campaign of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Ella had seen Nana Kumia, who's a former Minister for Information, also a Vice President or Vice Chairman of the campaign team of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And we will try and dig into the manifestos of the yesteryears of the NPP from 1996 to year 2000 to 2004 to 2008, 2012, straight to 2020 and then to 2024. Anthony Abeifa Cabo on this occasion is the Master of Ceremonies. Let's go and listen to him.
Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief, President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo will join us in a few minutes. Right after that, this event will begin. We are live on all major networks in the country. We are live on all major handles in the country. We are live across the globe. We are live across the earth. Today is the NPP's day. It is a policy weekend, and we welcome you all from wherever you have come from across the 16 regions of our country. Thank you very much. As we await His Excellency,
3FM,
President of the Republic, all movements in this hall will cease once His Excellency arrives here.
And as the Master of Ceremonies for the occasion, Anthony Abeifa Cabo, I'm sure he'll be joined later by some other members of the NPP who also are known to be holders of the microphone on such august occasions. But all ears and all eyes are on the Western region. We know what the historical analysis has been in terms of where the Western region has voted. It's been largely blue in favor of the NPP. Will it change? Will it not change? Well, I see Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia sitting side by side to the wife of the Vice President, the Second Lady, Samira Bawumia. And we will get into the detail because you know that the Western region, beyond being a swing region, is also a very interesting choice for Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh because he draws some bit of inspiration and some ancestral roots from the Western region. If you doubt that, you go back to when he had that gaffe about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and comments came up. The first port of call for his campaign was in the Western region where he went to speak with an Nzema chief and he said, well, in Ghana we don't like the truth, and when you speak the truth, people come at you. Subsequently, he had to apologize. You do know that also the Central region, which is also a swing, is the home region of the NDC's vice presidential candidate, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. So the Western and the Central region, which used to be one, has now been demarcated into two, and they are, if you will, the deciding regions or part of the deciding regions. I have in studio here Beatrice Edu and Michael Ogbodu, ladies and gentlemen. So far, how far?
How far?
We've
Very
gone far.
far.
We've come far. and you can see all the stalwarts there in that auditorium.
The place is full.
It's full. So Kufu, what do you call Henry Corte. I see Madame Elizabeth Ohene. I mean, all of them.
You know, Henry Corte had been there earlier, and he was there quite early, even at the time we started the broadcast.
Right.
He was already there granting interviews or, you know, just checking out, obviously, the job of the interior minister.
He's an interior minister, so.
Yeah, what was happening all around. But for me, I mean, my preliminary comment, when I saw he's still the vice president.
Right. He's still the vice president.
Yes.
So he's wearing two hats at this point.
Exactly, yes.
You know, but on this occasion, I'm sure that's Bernard Okoboy right there in your shorts with Henry Corte.
Yeah, Minister for Health.
Minister for Health.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can tell the people are happy, they're excited.
Yeah.
In the
When
yard,
they descended, you could
dancing
see
and
the
singing.
dance, just like a child meeting a parent who has traveled for a long time. You could tell that childish kind of excitement
Right.
coming from them, and it's obvious they are looking forward to whatever it is that is within this manifesto. But I don't think it will be much of a surprise to us because the flag bearer has given us a hint or bits and pieces of really what we should expect.
Michael, the bread and butter issues, I mean, they will take center stage. I mean, beyond the bigger policy of what energy transformation will be, what the economic transformation will be, what in terms of security and other things, education, But the key bread and butter issues, how much what is being sold for at the market, is critical because if you cast your mind back to 2012, 2016, 2020, the NPP campaigned heavily on those parameters. Do you get a sense that it's going to be heavy? The manifesto is going to be heavy on those things as well this year?
You see, the dynamics are quite interesting this time around because this is under an IMF program. So whatever you are bringing already has some level of restriction under the program. So the conversation really is what policies do you have to improve the revenue side? What policies are you bringing to improve the macroeconomic indicators? How do you plan to achieve it? It's not just rhetoric anymore. It's not just mere talk. 2020, you had the luxury of that. Now you don't because you have a taskmaster behind you who's going to make sure that whatever you say you live up to because you're not in a good financial position as a country. You have your debt levels aren't looking nice. Your currency stability isn't looking great. So it's going to be a very interesting one there. I'm going to see a very intricate dance between appealing to the people and staying on track. And I'm just wondering how the NPP plans to do that, especially with Dr. Baumia at the helm of affairs. You know, one of the things that the NPP in 2020 trumpeted that was going to do in terms of taxes and economic policies was restore overall macroeconomic stability. How really have they fared? And on what basis would they be promising what we should expect next? We've seen very interesting and concerning figures over the last 4 years. Importers have lamented heavily about the impact of the depreciation of the cedi on their businesses. Some have even lamented that they've seen more than 25% decline in their capital just because of the depreciation of the cedi. So what really in the manifesto are you coming to tell us to address the issue
What's
of the
new?
cedi? What's new, really? The point is, what magic wand are you coming with? Because I don't know really what you can do with the limited fiscal space you have, because you have to tell us how you are planning to rake in more revenue without frustrating the public with more taxes. And we've heard the vice president already hint that he will scrap e-levy. And from where we sit, e-levy is giving us about 10 billion or so. I might check the numbers. But so what really, I don't know.
And if you look at that e-levy dynamics, I mean, e-levy was supposed to have generated 11 million jobs. At the last counts, the Ghana Statistical Service told us that 1.9 million of our young people are without jobs, without proper education, etc. If e-levy had indeed raised that much, and not even achieve the target of 11 million jobs, you shouldn't have less than 2 million people, or about 2 million people of your population, especially the young, energetic, and ambitious youth of your country, not having jobs. So that's a big conundrum that the vice president, now presidential candidate of the NPP, along with the former energy minister who is his running mate, should be able to answer. It's no longer going to be about fresh promises, lofty promises. It's going to be about what you promised, what you achieved, versus, and I like what the NPP did in the 2020 manifesto. At least they brought a terminal report, a scorecard of a sort, to tell you that we promised you this, we've been able to achieve this part of it. This is the reason you should give us another 4 years to complete what we have done. So let's go back to the 2020 manifesto. What was in there? And we can pick it sector by sector. What was in that manifesto? And then we come forward to 2024. 4 more to do more. Did it work? Did we get more? Did we get less? Those are the kind of conversations that will begin after this, pump and pageantry and everything else that we are seeing, the colorful things we're seeing today. So, Beatrice, maybe you run us through. I mean, pick a sector of your choice. Let's see how we can slice into it. And the 2020 manifesto. Let's see how we can slide into it.
I mean, certainly. I probably will just pick 2. I'll start with the first one, which has to do with job creation initiatives. And a lot of people, you just talked about jobs, about 2 million people not having jobs, and yet in the 2020 manifesto, I'll read just a summary of it. That since 2017, the NPP government has created over 2 million jobs across both public and private sectors. This includes jobs created through government programs. Planting for food and jobs. I mean, we've been having discussions both on Sunrise and on the news at 12, at 5, about how far the planting for food and jobs has come. And we've also compared that with inflation, and specifically food inflation. As we speak, as of June 2024, food inflation was 24%. And so if you have a planting for food and jobs, should you have a food inflation of 24%? That's a question, I believe, if people are looking at promises that were made and promises that have been made now or are going to be made, they will look at these two and say whether or not they have been fulfilled.
You talk about planting for food and jobs and not food inflation at 24%.
Yes.
The question really is, why shouldn't it? Because as we speak right now, planting for food and jobs is in phase 2.
Yes.
Last month,
2.0,
sorry. Planting for food and jobs 2.0. According to the Peasant Farmers Association, about 80% of their farmers have not been registered under the program. We are past rainy season. At this point, they should be harvesting for a number of their crops, but we haven't even gotten there. So if the policy that's supposed to enhance food production has even rolled up, what do you expect?
So the question again, I remember speaking to one of the Peasant Farmers Association representatives who said that we don't seem to have really manifested or implemented why we brought in the planting for food and jobs. So that would be a question that people would be asking. If we have that, and then you just brought the emphasis of phase 2, why should we have a food inflation of 24%?
Well, for me, the thing about planting for food and jobs is not just about rolling it out or enrolling people, because what did planting for food and jobs seek to do? If you read the policy document, it talks about the fact that it was going to focus on maize, rice, soya, sorghum, and millet.
Staple foods.
Right? 5. Each time the government has had the opportunity to showcase.
Did you mention rice?
Yes. Now, each time the government has had the opportunity to showcase the gains that planting for food and jobs has done, they have showcased plantain, cassava, yam. They have not showcased
you mean
the
when
basics.
The agric minister gave us plantain at the ministry?
Now, beyond that, the base for producing kenke, for example, right, which was a big campaign tool for the Akufo-Addo-led campaign back then in 2016, was how much a ball of kenke costs. Kenke is made from maize for the uninitiated. Now, it was 1 cedi at a time. He bemoaned. We didn't have planting for food and jobs. Now we have planting for food and jobs. We have had it for 8 years. And in 8 years, the price of a ball of kenke has risen from 1 cedi to 5 cedis, which is more than 400%.
True.
Right? Now, if you have that situation and you have spent so much money to produce, and yet you are not getting the bread and butter issues on that matter, then there's really a problem for people to get into it. Now, the question that ordinarily will come, I mean, from all of us who have had some universal education, will be that you start a program and you want to wrap up and introduce phase 2 of the program. What you do is that you pause and audit and see where you got it wrong and where you got it right and where you need to improve and where you need to abandon and chart into new waters and all of that. Did we do that for planting for food and jobs? 1. Aside planting for food and jobs, there's also rearing for food and jobs. And then there was planting for export and rural development, the PED project. which was going to focus on coconut and all the other periphery crops. Let me put it that way. So the government really needs to bring that answer to us in a way that actually makes a lot of sense. Then we talk about cocoa production, for example. We do the analysis from 2021 to 2024. And Beatrice, the figures are there on the screen.
Yes. So
2021 to 2020. Let's hear what the cocoa
2021
sector,
to
for example, is talking about.
2024. I mean, cocoa sector, it's a very sad story that the country is experiencing right now. Now, between 2021 and 2022, we had about 683,000 tons of cocoa produced, and that was actually a reduction of 32%. Now you move from 2022 to 2023, another reduction, 654,000 tons produced. That was 4.2% reduction. Now, when you move between 2023 and this year, 2024, there was another reduction which actually increased from that of 2022-2023 from 4.2 to 11.3%. And so the production was 580,000 tons of cocoa. Bear in mind that you had 683,000 as at 2021. As at this year, 2024, you have how much would be gone between 683,000 and 580,000? That's some thousands of tons that we've dropped.
And you see, the interesting thing about the figures we're looking at is that it's a projector that we may not meet our target for this year based on how things are looking. And you see, this is why it's quite interesting also that all of this is happening in the Western region, because the Western region is also known for cocoa production. So the big question is, what is the NPP's manifesto for the cocoa production industry, for the cocoa farmers who will be listening to the manifesto launch, to find out what their plan is to help them increase their productions? Because first off, there are myriad of issues they have to deal with. First is the impact of illegal mining galamsey on their activities.
That's correct.
A lot of them have lamented that their farms have been negative. The soil even is suffering from the impact of galamsey, which is affecting cocoa
heavy
production.
Metals and chemicals.
Exactly. There's also the issue of one of the diseases that is affecting their crops
the
that has
black pot.
Exactly. There was even the issue of some fertilizer smuggling and the likes. All of this conversation. So what really is the plan to address this? Because these are real issues that are affecting the people in the region.
I do know that, for example, in the Western region, they're heavy on cocoa production. So this conversation will be the conversation on the ground as to the impact of illegal mining galamsey, how much we have, for example, pushed into illegal mining, how much syndicated loans we have been able to get in improved seedlings, fertilizer, all the farm inputs and implements that we're supposed to have gotten in, and whether or not we had achieved it. But the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who hopes to hand over to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has just stepped in there. Let's cross over now to the venue, the GSTS, and hear what's happening there. The venue, the
We will take the national anthem of the new patriotic party at this point.
3FM 92.7, Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
One of the things that we knew we're going to get to hear is the campaign song, at least.
And welcome back to the studio, 3FM 92.7. This is our extended coverage of the NPP's Manifesto launch in the Western region on your election command center. My name is Johnny Hughes. I'm here with Michael Ogbodu. We're just talking about job creation and also about cocoa production in the agric sector. We'll go back to the hall where Dennis Miracles Abwaji, Director of Communications for the Baumia campaign, is up on stage. We'll have Franklin Jima. He is an economist and an analyst, Julius Jima, and Dr. Chibo Daku, who's also Deputy General Secretary of the NPP, on stage with Dennis Miracles Abwaji.
Basically, the biggest selling.
And Michael, so I saw that you were startled a bit by the NPP's national anthem.
The first time I actually heard them sing it was at the 2020 election coverage. I think I was stationed at what's the name of the school?
Odogono.
Yeah, so after they declared
that
the
would be towards
results.
the Awosh area.
Exactly, I heard them. I think that's Ablekuma, right?
Yes, that's Ablekuma.
Yeah, so I heard them singing and I was like, oh, interesting.
We've been a wage Agbawe constituency.
Used to be.
Yes, of things. In the mix of things.
Used to be. But anyways, let's see how things pan out with this particular manifesto. It's a very dicey one, bro. You see, knowing that especially we've been taken out from the international market, forgive my economic, my business bias to all of this, but what really is he? I just want to know what the magic wand they are coming with. What golden goose are they going to produce for us that will lay all the eggs and raise all the revenue we need? Because things are not looking good on the books. Our debt levels are reaching concerning levels. That's because now we are raising a lot of our revenue from the domestic market, and the rates are quite concerning too. I think the Treasury bill rate is over 25%. I believe.
You know the interesting thing. We'll get to the figures with Mr. Jima in a bit, but you know the interesting thing. Since morning when we started monitoring the event, of course we have our eyes and ears on the ground. Mawigna Egbeta, Roland Walker, the rest of the team are out there in the Western region. Speaker after speaker, from Andre Japan Mesa to Martin J. Mesa Corsa to whoever granted us an interview, sought to push the blame away from government and land it on the head of Russia, Ukraine, COVID.
Still?
Yes, I mean those issues were there still.
Just checking.
Yeah, but I mean, but those, that those issues will not go away. I mean, while you may not want to give a big hearing to that, because Ghana is not exceptional in terms of what the Rastafarians would say sufferation. Ghana also has had its own set of woes. And then my simple analogy is that if I give you ingredients and a saucepan and a kitchen and all the resources that you need to prepare me jollof, and the jollof turns out bad, you cannot blame it on the rice or the tomatoes, on the oil, on the LPG and everything else, and take yourself out, because the things couldn't have moved themselves into the pot.
And that's
in whatever quantity. You decided to put them together and you applied fire, and it turned out the product is bad. So yes, the rice may be soggy, that's fine. The tomatoes may be bad, blah, 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 but you who put it together, you also must take a share of the blame. That is missing from the conversation.
True, and it's quite concerning, because that is why we put you there, and that is why you are the helm of affairs, to steer them, because you are not in isolation when it comes to the impact of the COVID-19 or of the Russian. Every other country felt some level of impact, but the point is that how badly we responded to it is because of how poor the systems you put in place are fared. That is why we're experiencing that impact. So you can't absorb yourself from it. And you see, that's where I think that for me, I have had a problem with the whole communication approach to all of this from the get-go. The point is that it starts with admitting that you were wrong, and it starts with respecting the people enough to admit that there were some shortcomings. Then you ask for a second chance to make amends. Then at least you win the empathy and the sympathy of the people, and then you get a buy-in from them. But if you don't even admit first off, then it's like you're not taking the people serious. But those, well, what people think. And the point is that we need to move the conversation forward. It's been 2 years. Will we still keep crying over spilled milk?
Well, let's look at the inflation figures, and they will bring Mr. Jima in. In 2024, for example, in January started off at 1.3%. In February, we went to 4.7%, and then in March we went to 7.7%. We went to 10.5% in April, then 15.9% in May, 18.6% in June, and then by July, 19.6%. We're yet to have the August figures, but of course, this will, come up by the close of the month and when we enter the new month. Mr. Jima, welcome. You are well versed in these figures. What are these figures? What do these figures tell you? and would they have any bearing, for example, on all of what is happening, the conversation we are having?
Thank you, Johnny. Good afternoon, and then good afternoon to you. Thanks for having me. And then just straight to business. I think that over the last 2 years, Ghana has really suffered with regards to price of goods and services. That is inflation. In the peak of 2022, close of 2022,
right,
and the beginning of 2020, it was really bad. Things were really tough. We could feel it when you go to the market on a daily basis.
Right.
In fact, household incomes have been depleted. Savings is gone. Investment, people will have to redeem their investment from the stock, from the treasury bills. Government was battling with haircut and many other things that was going on in the economy. So these figures, if we could see, looking at current, Johnny, is this July?
Yes, this is July. We are not in August. So just to quickly run through again, in January 1.3, in February 4.7, in March 7.7, in April 10.5, in May 15.9, in June 18.6, and in July 19.6.
Are these the rate of increment?
Right.
Okay,
the rate yes, inflation rates going up in terms of the month-on-month differentials.
Okay,
right, not the figure as was put out.
Absolutely,
I know where you want to go, but just to mention that the differentials, right?
All right.
Right.
So that will mean that on average, on a monthly basis, you're looking at the figures, the per unit. Prices are still hovering upwards.
Right.
Because if we look at January, looking at February and then March, we could see that increment in general goods and services.
Right.
That means that a lot of of things have happened, like since I started my intro, that we have to, pay the bigger price. Most poor and vulnerable in society have really been crippled with all these inflationary figures, or how the country faced inflation within the last 2 years. As for 2023, it was a big deal.
Right.
Coupled with your exchange rate, you're looking at your cedi depreciation as well, and your import. So the ordinary Ghanaian have to suffer more.
Right.
Just as we're going through some years back. And that has been the current challenges, the difficulties that we have with the economy. And that is why we would need, and I'm happy today we are going to do more analysis into various political parties' manifesto, and then we'll be able to critique constructively and see who is going to profess, the practical solutions. John, is not going to be the usual rhetoric. Yes, that's we've always been experienced, because the world is not waiting for us.
Look, for example, at the promises that the NPP made in 2020. One was to restore overall macroeconomic stability. 2 was to reduce the rate of government borrowing. 3 was to reduce interest rates to spur private sector investments. 4 was to offer tax incentives to young entrepreneurs to encourage them to initiate startups. 5 was to build an economy which will create jobs and prosperity for all Ghanaians. That's an agenda for jobs. That's what was captured in the manifesto.
Absolutely.
6, remove import duties on raw materials and machinery for production within the context of ECOWAS Common External Tariff Protocol. And finally, reduce fees and charges at the ports and reduce import duties at the ports. If you look at all of these things, you would see that the government either has checked on that promise or responsibility to the people, or has fallen behind its own target, or has not been able to achieve them. And these are in black and white right before me here now.
Absolutely.
What do you say from what you said?
Yes, I think that just as it is, because these are facts that we have in the various policy documents from the manifestos, and then the vehicle to implement it is the yearly budget. And Johnny, we could assess and evaluate over the period that this has been, the current situation. Like as we were discussing earlier on, it is so good to draft the policies.
Right.
It's so good to put things together. We will do this, we will do that. The promises keeps building up. But the eventuality is that how are you going to practicalize or implement some of these policies? Like you rightly said, restore macroeconomic stability. Of course, for every economy, what we are focusing, or the pendulum for every single economy across the world, is your macroeconomic indicators.
Right.
So that is what we've been battling over the period. We are talking about how the economy will grow. We are talking about inflation. We are talking about your reserve that you have. And then your budget deficit, the fiscal policies. But we have been battling with, if you could recall, the IMF said that Ghana used to have a pre-existing conditions.
Right.
And our pre-existing conditions has been over time the increasing budget expenditure leading to the budget deficit. Now, this has been with us for so long.
Right.
And that is where we are so particular about manifestos.
Okay.
Because for a single promise you put in a manifesto, that will amount to an expenditure, which you have to fulfill it.
Look, so let's look, for example, at the public debts in billions of US dollars. Michael, help us with the figures. Let's start from 2015. How much as a country we owe? And usually the politicians would have said that, if we put all of us together and we divide the public debts, this is how much each one of us. I always say I don't owe because I was not part of the chopping. So I don't owe. But Michael, how much, run us through the historical perspective.
So just looking at the figures alone, between 2015 and 2024, our public debt has almost doubled.
Right. What are the figures?
2015, we started at $26.3 billion. 2016, we increased it about slightly to $29.2 billion. 2017, $32.2 billion. We see some marginal increase again. It's almost as if every year we're increasing them by about 3 billion. So in 2018, it hits 35.9 billion, goes up again 2019 to 39.4 billion, 2020 50.8 billion, and then it hits a record high at 2021 at 58.6 billion. Please note that from 2018, 2020 is when the NPP, of course, Nana Addo's second term began. So into 2021, we see an increase of about 8 billion. We go on to 2022, it came to 52.3 billion. 2023, 52.2 billion. And 2024, as we speak at the moment, our debt level is at 50.9 billion. Now, let me just quickly convert that that amount.
15 or 16 cities to a dollar.
16
cities to a dollar.
Yeah, 742 billion Ghana.
742 billion Ghana cedis.
But imagine that the currency was 10 to 1. That brings it to about 500. So you see, the problem is that, the point is that if government were to fix the exchange rate issues, by that doing that, is also solving its external debt issues.
Yes, absolutely.
Julius, let me bring you in and ask you. So, number one, if you look at, and I read the second pointer, reduce the rate of government borrowing.
Yes.
In fact, in opposition, we had heard that we're not going to borrow. We don't need to borrow. We just need to toll the roads, and we'll get money enough to construct the roads to do this. That was the premise upon which people went out to vote. At least one of the premises that people went out to vote. And then in government, Baudemire said, we didn't say we will borrow, but we'll borrow responsibly. And then fast forward to 2020 manifesto, it says we'll reduce the rate of government borrowing. First question, has government stayed true to its promise to the people?
This is just a straight answer with regards to the figures, and then it means that the government was not able to fulfill that particular promise, just as I was indicating earlier on. So you put a policy or the promise in the manifesto, so in any document, then we'll be looking at how you are implementing it. So just to rightly answer the question and the figures that we have had out there from the Ministry of Finance, because a lot of happening in the economy. If you look at the monthly update that the the finance minister has been also telling us. We know what happened with Honorable Ken Oforiatta. We had to go to the IMF. We needed to do haircuts. People losing their bonds. The issue of pensioners, bondholders, haircutting, and all that.
Right.
So these are things that is reflecting in the figures that we are seeing here. So with regards to borrowing, there has been that incremental, rate over the period, and that is why we are saying that our country, per the IMF report, which we know, the politicians, they know, that we have had our pre-existing conditions, vulnerabilities that our economy is being exposed to. And that is more reason why, if we don't come out with a robust policies to be able to address the rhetoric, we'll find our way into the same...
But Julius, the robust policies, one village, one dam, one district, one factory. I mean, these were sterling ideas, encouraging entrepreneurship, so that import substitution becomes the thing, so that the basic things, the fast-moving consumer goods, for example, that we take in on a daily basis and at each hour will be reduced. If the government, for example, says that, we have set up these number of factories, and yet we continue to borrow because we have developed a certain taste and appetite to import those things. Did we go or did we come, as they say, on the streets?
Absolutely, Johnny. If you see, when I talk about the robust policies, I am looking at the revenue side.
Okay.
Because what I have seen with various political parties is that we talk about the expenditures, and then we don't target how we are going to get the money.
Right.
So it is all, we are going to abolish this, we are going to cut this, we give this incentives. Johnny, I'm a fiscal in fact, I'm a tax expert.
Right.
And I know what it means to generate taxes in the country. So all the time, if you look at our various budget presentation, we don't really look at the tax policy side, because that is where you like you rightly say, your low-hanging fruits are. And that is what is going to give money to the economy, to do your one village, one dam, to do your agenda 111, to do your planting for food and jobs, right. All that. So for me, I don't even look at the cost centers, which is the promises. I'm targeting at how we can grow our economy.
Are we able to marry the two, tax mobilization and tax utilization, well?
Not at all.
So that the things you are talking about now becomes the reality in the lives of the people.
Not at all, and that has been our problem. That's why I always refer to the IMF that, you see, we have our pre-existing conditions. You see, all these IMF things are helping us to restructure our books and perhaps focus on our domestic tax mobilization. Johnny, look at the recent elections in the UK.
Right.
Their current Prime Minister,
right,
Keir Starmer. For every single policy the man introduced or promised the British people, he introduced how he's going to fund it.
Right.
And that is what should be our target. So if a political party promises a particular policy, or if I come, I'm going to do this, the question we have to put on the table is how. And the how is not just go when we come. No, because the existing revenue streams that we have in the country are not enough. And that is why we are seeing all these
things coming.
Yes.
Let's look at how much our cedi has depreciated over the period. I mean, in terms of the weight of our currency. Michael, again, you help us with the figures so that...
Sure. And before the figures, just a quick one on the earlier debt. The debt levels would have been worse off if we weren't cut off from the bonds market. Just so we know that's why our debt levels appear to
because we have postponed some of the payments.
Exactly. That's why it's even lower. If not, it'll be worse.
And because we are not credit worthy, so we can't go out there and borrow. Okay, so now
straight
we know.
in. So now, to how the cedi has fared mid-year, January to June, in US dollar terms. So 2019 was 8.4%, 2020 2.4%, 2021 0.6%, and look at the spike in 2022, 16.9%.
That's where Julius says we suffered the most.
Exactly.
It was bad. Things were bad.
16.9%, and 2023 we saw 22%. As we speak right now, it's 18. Even the latest figure is 19 point something, almost 20%.
Okay.
As at July. So this ends in June.
This from the Ministry of Finance documents there, and we had to just put it up in the infographics. You join us on 3FM 927. We're streaming live across those platforms, and you can always get some cool analysis from there. Julius, again, what does this say of us as a people, as a country? Are we in a better place to go out there bragging, promising some more, if you look at the weight of our currency?
Absolutely not performing. If we look at all the various figures, I'm even surprised. Okay, this is Ministry of
Finance.
I think for the period of 2022, still this relevant years,
right,
coming to the end of the year, beginning in 2023, the currency depreciated about 56%. And that was together with that of Sri Lanka. That is where we realized that the cedi was the worst performing currency in the world, together with Sri Lanka, until the IMF came in before we started seeing some improvement. So I don't know why I'm not seeing that figure here, but maybe ought to tell us that still our exchange rate, we still have a problem with our exchange rate. And why are we seeing all these figures? It's as a result of the importation thing that we've not been able to address so beautifully, such that over the years, on month-on-month basis, importers will still have to give you that pressure with regards to what? Demand. And when the supply is not in the system for them to get the dollars, obviously your currency starts shooting up. And aside all these, the cost of petroleum product is also hanging. You know, we are net losers.
Right.
We have the oil here as raw oil in terms of the crude, and then we export it. So we now have to pay more for the same product when it is being refined.
But I've always wondered, if we're a net exporter of raw crude and there's supposed to be a windfall on the global market, are we not supposed to be beneficiaries of that windfall?
Absolutely.
Is that not supposed to be answering some of the questions that you're putting out?
You see, Johnny, if you look at the figures that came as a result of the rainfall, it's nothing to write home about because of our public debt status. So although you are making some gains, the economy is not really getting the impact. Now, as we speak, the projection is that the currency is yet to, get some strength. The cedi is here to appreciate marginally, because you could see that the prices on world market in terms of crude are dropping, and that's why over the year, last week we are getting some 1%, 1.3% in terms of petroleum prices. So that will translate into your currency.
Right.
Now what it means is that you are supposed to get a benefit, but the thing is that the ultimate benefit will still not get the impact that Ghanaians are looking for, and that's where the problem are. That should tell you that we still have a structural deficiencies in our economy that we are supposed to address, and if we don't, Johnny, it is still going to be a business as usual. So we'll come back and borrow again, talk about borrowing.
So Johnny, a quick one on the windfall.
Sorry, hold on. So Kojo Nkrumah, for example, says that we're looking for a leader that will take us out of the crisis that we have. The basic question that comes to the mind of any right-thinking Ghanaian is, who took us into the crisis? And why are we suddenly now moving away from how the crisis occurred to now looking forward to ignore the crisis and start talking about who can bring us the solutions? How does that sound to you?
I think that this is the Ghanaian context of addressing, problems. We know, I mean, when we were in school and then home and all that, nobody wants to be identified with anything that is bad. But of course, when something is good, we all want to identify ourselves as. And that is the test for quality leadership.
Right.
We will need a leader who will now come, admit the issues, and say, look, Ghanaians, we are sorry. All the things that we promised and all the kind of policies that we brought, we realized that we are in a global space, and we are also playing, we are a key player in the global economy.
Right.
And at times, certain things will come that will not inure to our benefit, and we will have to adjust. That is the mark of a quality leadership. Look, if you follow the U.S. elections and politics, you could see that Biden have to now give way for Kamala to come. And when Kamala came, what that she was doing was that, look, I know that things are tough, but I promise you, when we come, we are still going to reduce the cost of living. What are we looking from our people down here?
It happened, I mean, it had to take Kennedy Japan to tell the party to go and apologize. The finance minister tried to apologize. That was about, it.
Yes.
And nobody else has come to say we're sorry.
Yeah, so that is the issue. That is the issue. I've been following the U.S. elections keenly because they are the biggest economy in the world, followed by China.
Right.
And if you look at the policies they are bringing out, if you follow Kamala, it's all about apologizing to the people. It's all about talking about reducing cost of living. We are sorry, because they needed that, because Biden was not doing that.
Right.
Biden was all bent on himself, trying to say that, look, I'm going to beat Trump. His focus was to beat Trump, but that is not what the American people are looking for. The ordinary American is not looking at how you're going to beat Trump. Come and tell us the issues.
I see. Michael, the windfall conversation, you wanted to have another bite.
Yes, so the issue is that two things are not working to our advantage as a country when it comes to the oil sector. First off is our production levels are dwindling.
Okay.
That's why PIAC has consistently called for increased investments in the oil well, in the industry so that we get in more oil. Number two, global oil prices are beginning to dip.
Right.
So it means that we are being hit on two sides with regards to revenue from the oil space. So until we are able to invest more and begin to own the wells and drill them ourselves, we will not be able to maximize returns and increase our volumes. And you know, these are quite interesting when, especially a country, the government is pushing for the petroleum hub, which is supposed to have 3 refineries that will be producing over 300,000 barrels.
Our own oil refinery in the picture.
Well, at least we have Centro in the meantime.
Well, but the point is that how do you even allow? So I use this analogy as well. I open up a chop bar for my wife, right? Everybody comes to eat at the chop bar. All the offices closed, but I come to eat at the chop bar. And then I get a neighbor who says, "Oh, look, I also want to run a chop bar business." I say, "Okay, then no problem. Let me divide my wife's chop bar and give you half of it." He runs it, and then eventually my wife's chop bar goes down because he's providing added services and enhanced services. And then he comes to me to say, "Oh, Charlie, I want to also take over your job." I say, "Oh, why not come? I'll even come cut the ribbon for you." And that's what happens. I mean, next to our Tema Oil Refinery, the Speaker of Parliament and the President of the Republic go to cut the tape or for the commissioning or opening of Centro. It just doesn't add up. In most of the instances, it just doesn't add up.
Some will say half a loaf is better than none. For me, I'm trying to stay on the prospects because if Central Refinery is working at full capacity, I get they're able to produce about 40 or 60% of the total demand. That would at least ease off some pressure on the forex demand.
Well, but how
because remember that 40% of the total forex that BOG provide goes to the importation of petroleum products.
So it's a Mickey Mouse situation, right, Julius? So Central is producing here. Well, we can heave a sigh of relief and say that we will not have to spend so much or look for forex to import. But Central will repatriate the funds.
Yes.
So it's a Mickey Mouse situation, really. I mean,
hopefully not in dollars.
Well, certainly it is going to be in dollars.
Now you add another layer of where the transporters of these fuel products are up in arms with Central themselves, saying that look, whether on a blind side or on a working side, they brought in these tankers, and they are going to be competing again in that market, that second layer of market.
Well, to be fair, the NPA issued a directive that said that they can't. The other problem actually is the fact that what's the name of the
tanker drivers association?
No, the transport bulk best
right,
actually has been made the sole distributor of Central products. Well, so now actually what that means, you've created another layer in the distribution channel.
Well, but the point is that how did the tankers get here? Writing a statement to cover it doesn't make sense to me, because the ports, we know what the GIPC law is.
Yeah.
So how did the tankers get here in the first place?
Maybe they'll be carrying crude to them.
And then that much in that quantity. It doesn't. I mean, we have the figures. For example, up to July, right? Look at Brent crude oil prices in terms of USD per barrel on the global front. January it was 79.1, right? And then February it was 18.7.
Yeah.
March 84.7. April $89. May $83. Then June it was sustained $83. In July $78.7. This is what we have now. It's not looking good, like you rightly stated.
Yeah, and OPEC has actually stated that it will be increasing its barrels in the next couple of months. So the price is expected to plummet even further.
So now, Julius, if you look at the agreements that we have and how much we get from all these oil giants who are drilling and doing whatever it is, did we go or did we come again? I ask you.
Absolutely, Johnny. I think that if you look at our oil and gas laws, especially with regards to taxes or the fiscal regimes of our oil and gases, and even most of our minerals that we discover, we have realized time and time again that most of the laws are not favoring the country. All that government is doing is earning some royalties, state participation, your corporate taxes, and then you are off the scene because you don't contribute to capital injection, you don't do feasibility studies, you don't do all those.
You are not in the business.
Yes, you are. That is the structural problem.
Yes. You are not in the business.
No investment in exploitation.
No, yes. So we are okay letting capital people come in with their capital, and then they do their feasibility. They do. There's this term for the
exploration.
So once they do all those things, government is just sitting down and trying to say that I'm the regulator, so I'm monitoring how you are going to do all those things. Meanwhile, the person is in business bringing money in.
Right.
So that is where our structural deficiencies have been.
Okay.
Until we change our fiscal regimes in the oil and tax sector, where now we begin to own it, we'll continue to be seeing all these things, because even if prices for World Brent crude price are coming down, still look at the price at the pump. So you go in and today is something pesos. It's not even 1 cedi.
Yeah, 13 pesos, sometimes 16 pesos. And it's
so the
ridiculous.
ordinary Ghanaian don't feel it. But in terms of quantity of liters that is being sold, the OMCs are still making and cashing in.
Right. Beatrice, let's look at the energy sector. I mean, because we drifted into it. The energy sector promises of the NPP, the 2020 Manifesto. What exactly did they promise?
Quite interesting stuff. That's the NPP promised. Increased renewable energy. And
the solar conversation, huh?
Yes, we talked briefly about that. Develop a 10-year power sector master plan to meet medium and long-term energy needs. I mean, if I'm looking at it, I don't recall any news item. Michael Ogbodu is here. This falls also directly under business. I don't recall any news item where we talked about a 10-year power master plan that has been developed under the current administration between 2020 and now.
I remember that the presidency said that the presidency was going to run on solar power. I remember the conversation about the Palugu multipurpose dam that was supposed to have a solar component. But that's about what.
But
I
which has
remember.
not been done, because I remember
both have not been done actually. The presidency doesn't, right? Because when our lights go off here, we're just fortunate to be close by. You see, their lights are off too.
If you recall, John Jinapo went up north and held a press conference on the venue of this
Palugu multipurpose dam.
Exactly.
They spent
and
$12 million.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, that was recently in the news. Also reduced taxes on electricity tariffs to households and industry, and that's not something we've seen, because
we're actually going to introduce one.
Okay,
we're going to.
You hold your horses there. Let's cross over to the GST as Alexander Peñomark is Member of Parliament for the Futu constituency. He's also the majority leader in Parliament. He's addressing the gathering. Listen.
Who could not transform this country? Is it Atu Forsen?
This is 3.
Is it the Setekwe? Is it Asedun Katia? Or the one who is leading them? We know their track record. They have not changed. And indeed, in this campaign, they have not said a single thing to tell Ghanaians what they stand for. We say, under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that we are introducing free SHS policy. We are bringing industrialization. And under our indefatigable flag bearer, we say the way to go is digitalization. What sayeth them? None. But as we approach the December polls, I urge you to look beyond the rhetoric. Look at the cold facts. Look at the progress we've made, even in the face of global crisis. Look at the groundbreaking laws we have passed, and let us have the hope for the future.
This is 3FM.
Now to my party members, all of us have had our own share of frustrations in the party. But the way to go is to accept that there's always a future for all of us. Fellow patriots,
This is.
you may be a senior today and your junior may overtake you. You may go through painful experiences today,
This is.
but there is always a tomorrow. As a senior member of this party once told me, in the fullness of time, all things align. Have faith in the future government of Bawumia Matthew Opoku Prempeh. His Excellency the President is only one person. It is possible through his leadership he may have done something to hurt you.
This
but
is
equally,
FM.
many of us have had opportunity to serve under his government, either within the first 4 years or even in the injury time. Even for those of us, the injury time appointees, we are celebrating. How much more those of you who had 4 years in government or 6 years in government? Don't give up. Let us work together and win more. To our parliamentarians, I say kudos to all of you. I thank you for your support through your steadfastness and resilience. Although we have a very tight parliament, we have a majority of one. You've worked so hard, we have succeeded thus far. But we have some few months ahead of us. I want to encourage you to please make yourself available to support the cause of government. Let's finish hard. Let's finish hard. There's a prize awaiting us. And to all parliamentary candidates,
This is 3FM.
let me plead with you. Enough of the reconciliation. Move on. Fight hard. Campaign day and night.
FM.
Go to every household. Go to every household. We don't have time to settle disputes. Fight for this party the way you fight to save a sister. Fight for this party the way you fight to save a mother. Fight for this party. We need our numbers in parliament.
FM.
In 2020 elections in Central Region, our president won 19 seats in Central Region, but just 10 seats in parliament. That is why we are having challenges. We don't want that again under Bawumia government. Let's get our numbers and win together. But we have done better in every aspect of the economy than any government in the Fourth Republic. God bless you. God bless us all. God bless our homeland Ghana and the New Patriotic Party. Thank you so much indeed.
And that's Alexander Kwame Afenyo-Marking, MP for Futu. He's also the majority leader in parliament. And he says, well, Napo can develop Ghana with his arrogance. He also mentioned that, well, enough of the reconciliation. That you go out there, campaign, and make sure that the party wins. Obviously, he's feeling the weight of the having almost equal numbers with the minority side in parliament. The blockade that it brings to some of the emotions and some of the policies of the government that have seen a very big standoff in most of the cases. Julius Juma is still here in studio with me. Julius, you heard the majority leader. I mean, he's asking the people to go out there and campaign. He's asking them and says that, look, even for those of them who are injury time appointees, they are rejoicing. How much more those who had a long time, 6 years, they should be rejoicing. But is this all the party needs to whip up the base of the party? Because they go to the same markets we go to. They buy the same electricity we buy. They buy the same water we buy. Some may have invested in bonds and may have gotten haircuts that they never asked for. They go to the same schools. They pay the same school fees, transport, etc. Is this all they need to whip them up, or is there something more?
I think that Johnny, speaking in the capacity as a majority leader, he should have really looked at the issues, and it shouldn't be all about the campaigning for vote. I could understand from where he is because, Johnny, one of the things that we were putting our bets on was that the hung parliament would have brought us a very strategic, platform where we can really criticize government with the minority.
Right.
But that did not leave the test of time.
That's correct.
So be it as it may, it's either or or NPP win or NDC also wins in Parliament, so that at least we can have some form of what benefit, and then just as our criteria has been targeting the poor and vulnerable in society. But he could have, looked at the issues, and the issues is what you are pointing out. An NPP member and NDC member are suffering from all these difficulties the economy has brought us. We are talking about depletion of our household income. How many people can save? Johnny, currently savings has become something that you don't even think about.
What really are you going to save if you don't have what to spend today?
Virtually, you are thinking about how to survive in this, hard times. You are looking at how you can even wake up, get at least something, if not two meals daily. You are looking at one.
Right.
And these are things that the ordinary Ghanaian is facing. People will have to move, go to Accra, go to the market just to earn something small. 100 cedis daily sales, 200 cedis daily sales. And these are the things that the market women are suffering from, because how many of the things can they sell in a day to even make 500 cedis in a day? So I believe that the majority leader could have do more by opening up the policies, and just it came back to the issues that we were discussing, that at least some form of an apology to the ordinary Ghanaian to tell us that we are sorry, and hopefully, thankfully, maybe going forward, at least the new leaders that will come, then you can put on your campaigning part. But just as go up to whip people just to vote, campaigning for vote, it's not what the ordinary Ghanaian is looking at. It is not what the floating voter is looking at. The floating voter, the ordinary Ghanaian, is looking at how best all these issues that we are discussing, they are going to leverage on it and give some kind of a relief, some form of a briefing space to all of us, so that we can see that yes, it is possible mantra, and it is really possible, but not just campaigning for vote, just as we are seeing with the majority.
Great. Now we'll go back quickly to the polls, but first to wrap up the energy sector promises that were given out there: increased renewable energy. There's ongoing national hybrid power projects aimed at increasing the proportion of renewable energy in the national grid generation mix, particularly at locations like Bui and Palugu. Well, we know that the Palugu multipurpose dam has not happened. Already $12 million have been spent on that enterprise, and with nothing to show. There's also a promise of a 10-year power sector master plan to meet medium and long-term energy needs. That I'm not sure, as Beatrice had indicated earlier, if we had that long-term plan. There's also the promise to reduce taxes on electricity tariffs to households and industry. We know what the story is. The government insists that they've reduced their taxes, and
let me quickly come in on that side. Reduction of taxes to household consumers,
and industry as well.
Already okay, fine. Industries are paying for is it VAT? If it is VAT, yes, they're already paying VAT.
But that's a tax.
Yes, that's a tax. VAT on electricity. For industries and the commercial space, they are paying VAT on electricity, the supply of electricity. But the VAT law, the supply of electricity to a dwelling, which is households, that is exempt.
Well, but it was exempt only after the people had gone on the streets and threatened. I mean, labor.
No, it has always been in our law.
Well, but labor
to a lifeline customers. So the issue was the lifeline customers.
Well, but we know what the lifeline consumption is.
Absolutely.
Well, and labor had to get out there to say, look, if you touch our electricity with your so-called VAT, increment on our electricity, we will strike. And that's the only thing that got government to take, because right through the conversations, government was not willing to lay bay. They were hoping to
together
zoom
with
in
a mission
and grab some cash.
So all these things were some of the tax measures that was captured in the IMF deal. Like I said, in as much as the IMF is giving us the supply of dollars or the supply of dollar injection into the economy, they're also looking at how you can increase your tax collections and revenue mobilization. But currently we are doing 13%, and we have to bring it to the levels of 18-20%,
because the money is not free.
Absolutely.
You have to pay.
But you are growing your economy. The economy is now 1 trillion Ghana cedis as we speak, divided by 10. Let's say dollar is 10. You are do have a
let's not say dollar is. Let's say what the dollar actually is.
I agree. So you could see that you've grown an economy, yet you can't collect taxes or revenue in an economy that we are so proud that it has hit 1 trillion.
Well, but that's because you are postponing what you owe. postponing the payment of what you owe. That's one.
Yes.
The other question is, which parts of the economy really are you even growing?
Aha. So the agricultural sector, if it is agricultural sector, if it's the industry, and then
Services.
if it is services, as we have seen, it shouldn't be so. The services have overtaken the agricultural
Right.
sector, but this economy can always grow, and we can always reap the ultimate benefit if our agricultural sector is performing.
Well, so the government also promised to redeem government's obligation to bulk oil distribution companies, BDCs, implement an accelerated oil capacity development program to build Ghanaian capacity to manage the oil and gas sector, and also decouple Ghana National Gas Company and the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. Well, we know what the story has been. Let me not bore you with those details. Let's get into some of the polls. I mean, Global Info Analytics have been putting together some figures and been guiding us through if, for example, elections are held today, who's going to win, what are people going to consider to vote. Beatrice, I don't know what you have been picking from on the ground. If elections are held today, what will be the key considerations of the ordinary citizen, the one who has the voter ID card, who has one vote? Which vote could tilt power in favor of either the NDC, NPP, CPP, PNC, or
Cheddar.
Kwame Bediako, or Alpha Fanto, or whatever it is? What are they talking about?
I think it's been very clear for months now that the economy is on top. On top of the economy also is education, and of course there's one other thing which has to do with employment. And these are, I mean, earlier when we started, you talked about how many of our young people don't have jobs. 2 million people,
Right.
who don't have jobs. And so, and then when you look at even some of the statistics we have now, the chunk in terms of numbers of people who are going to partake in this year's elections are within the 30 to 35, in fact from 18 to 35 years old bracket. And so these are the people also facing these challenges that we're talking about. You don't have jobs. How are you going to, I mean, what are you looking at in going for into the general election? So these are the top three issues that people are looking at: economy, jobs, and education.
And when it comes to jobs, in 2020, the government promised that they were going to have a national recruitment agency to be established by the Youth Employment Agency, job matching centers to facilitate the matching of Ghanaian youth with available job openings. I remember that there was an event that was held at the Accra International Conference Center. Some people got hurt trying to, walk through the glass. The glass doors and the windows, and they were promised that we're going to have 13,000 jobs right there and then. I don't know what became of that, but we know that 13,000 jobs, of course, did not come up.
For me, that's part of the things that's quite confusing about the current NPP, because we've always known them to be a capitalist party. So it's quite concerning that suddenly they are becoming very heavy on socialist ideas and policies, from free SHS to, and we are hearing other ones to coming up. I just find it difficult to understand because...
Let me just run through this. So the NPP will also initiate various programs to support youth-owned businesses. That's where capitalism comes through. So the GAA, which used to be the moribund MBISSI, right? Which has now become GAA. The presidential pitches we're talking about, enable youth programs, presidential business support, student entrepreneurship initiative, President's empowerment for entrepreneurs with disabilities. Various grants and funding opportunities have been provided to over 19,000 young entrepreneurs compared to 1,060 under previous administration. Julius, let me come to you on this before we go to the polls. I've always wondered how we have not been able to synchronize the numbers in terms of Michael has a policy, he has an initiative, he has a dream. He puts the proposal together, takes it to YEA. Right? YEA endorses it, gives him some money. Then he can also take it and take the same proposal to NEIP. And then goes to collect money from there too.
Another one.
Yes, rebrands the thing small, tweaks here, and then he takes it also to the presidential pitch and goes to collect money. So we would have given money to three different, sources of fund to one person, and in the statistics, we will quantify it as three people or three beneficiaries who we expect to create jobs to bring on a lot more people. How is it that we are unable to do a simple thing as having a database to say when Julius Jima comes to collect money, we know that Julius in 2024 has already gone to YEA, so we won't give it to Julius, we'll give it to Michael who went to YEA and couldn't get it, so that the presidential pay to continue. Mike, how difficult is that?
So Johnny, that is telling us that there's what we call lack of policy harmonization. You see, there's YEA, currently there's NEP, National Entrepreneurship, and
John Comer's NEP.
and Maslock is also around the corner. And all these agencies, for me, if you look at their mandates, it looks like they are doing the same thing.
Right.
They are doing the same thing.
Right.
So that is why the deficiency you are talking about is in the system. If it is not just to opening up the expenditures, because you will have to fund their activities, then it means that the ultimate benefit that has to go to the ordinary Ghanaian will not be derived. So government have to really look at how they are going to synchronize and harmonize all the policies into one, basket. The issue with expenditure, downsizing governments, agencies and ministers and what have you, comes down to all these issues. Currently where we are, I believe that we should have that strong advocacy to be able to bring all these groups under one bracket or one umbrella. If not, it is going to be business as usual. And the issue is that it is the same political actors who would take advantage of some of these, setup that government will want to bring in. Because now the MPs will come in, the ministers will come in, state CEOs will now have to come in and look for jobs or some form of funding to their people from their constituency level and all that. We don't want to implement a policy on those lines, but we can make it in a way that there's one agency coordinated, come under one basket, and that is where you can really monitor their efficiency and effectiveness, and you can ensure value for money, if so to say, that you can let them account for who is receiving what money, the beneficiaries, the beneficiary owners, and monitor to the latter and make sure that whatever business ideas that has been submitted to all these agencies, there is that monetary trail. You can track and see what they are being using the money for.
Let's go back to the GSTS General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Korea Frimpong, is addressing the gathering.
Elections permits me to stand on existing protocols. Today is a very important day in the annals of our party calendar. After successfully making history and proving doubters wrong by electing a Northerner and a Muslim presidential candidate, we are again, as a political party, setting the pace by being the first to launch her manifesto for the 2024 election. I am not surprised at all, because even in exams, students who don't prepare always want the good one to start so they can copy them. So I will not be surprised that people will be copying our manifesto, because they are waiting for us, the good ones, to start. Your Excellencies, on my way to Takoradi yesterday, I made a stopover at Gomwa Central to do some party work. I met a young and beautiful lady called Afiba. She came to me when she was told that the General Secretary of the NPP was around. She gave me two messages. One to you, Mr. President, and the other one to our presidential candidate, Dr. Bawumia. To President Akufo-Addo, Afiba says thank you. If not for your free senior high school, she wouldn't have gotten the chance to have secondary education and to further proceed to study at the university. To our presidential candidate, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, Afiba says that she's completing university this year, and she wants to know how your manifesto, our manifesto, will create jobs for her and other youth who have benefited from free senior high school. Afiba, I know you are watching this manifesto, but trust me, Dr. Bawumia will answer your question. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust
This
Dr.
is
Bawumia,
TFM.
and I know that he will be a great president for us. A prominent man once told me that there are three kinds of leaders: an ordinary leader, an exceptional leader, and an incompetent leader. For an ordinary leader, is the one who accepts challenges but does not have solutions. For an incompetent leader, is the one who refuses to even admit challenges and takes delight in ridiculing the people with comments such as, "I'm not a magician to create jobs." Such as, "You have so many phones, that's why you have unstable electricity." Such as, "I've cancelled nursing and teacher training allowances, even if it will cost my presidency." However, an exceptional leader is one who accepts that there are challenges, but continue to provide solutions to these challenges, such as introducing digitization, medical home delivery, gold for oil, and many more.
This is 3FM.
Certainly, Dr. Bawumia is an exceptional leader. As for the incompetent leader, your guess is as good as mine. As a Ghanaian, I'm concerned about who leads this country in the next 4 years. And I know all well-meaning
This
Ghanaians
is
are equally
3FM.
concerned and will therefore choose a leader who will account to them after his 4 years stewardship, as opposed to one who, after just 4 years, will exit office. With Dr. Bawumia, Ghanaians will have the chance to evaluate his administration after 4 years and decide whether renew his mandate or not. Therefore, Ghanaians can hold him accountable to his manifesto. Thank you. God bless our homeland Ghana, and God bless NPP. Thank you very much.
And that's the General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Kodua Frimpong. One of his favorite songs is Daddy Lumba's Teresa, and that's how come you heard and play it at the grounds. His party folks sitting on the front line. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic, running flag bearer of the NPP, along with the running mate, Dr. Matthew Puku Prempeh, and the wife of the Vice President, Hajia Samira Bawumia, there, all cheering and smiling nicely. In studio with me is Julius Jima, is a tax and policy expert. He also talks economics. And Beatrice Edu, my colleague here at Media General. Now the party's chairman, Stephen Ntim, tried 5 times, got it on the 5th, and now he leads the party. The big question is, will he be able to lead the party to break the 8? Will he not? Well, we'll look at the polls, what the Ghanaians are saying, and whether or not Stephen Ayesu Ntim will be the first to make history for his party by breaking the 8. Let's listen to him.
92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
And Hukrudu. Thank you. Your Excellency,
This is 3FM.
Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Permit me to stand on existing protocols to deliver my message. Granted.
This is 3FM.
It is with heartfelt honor and a sense of duty that I stand in your presence to witness this august occasion as we unveil the NPP's Manifesto for Election 2024, which will guide us, our party, and our nation as we build upon the party's achievements so far and take bold decisions towards a brighter and more prosperous Ghana ahead of us. As we look back on the pivotal moment of the 2016 elections, it becomes clear that our nation was at a crucial crossroads at the time you took over, characterized by major economic and social challenges, which were further exacerbated by issues of mismanagement, incompetence, and corruption by the previous administration. During that critical moment, the duo was given its responsibility to lead our cherished country, and they have proven themselves up to the task as a president and your vice president.
This is 3FM.
After the past 8 years, under the visionary leadership of the president, Ghana has risen from the brink of despair. We are on the right path from where I sit towards economic prosperity and have embarked on far-reaching institutional reforms essential for good and accountable governance within a stable economic democratic society. Our achievements are many, including the successful implementation of the free SHS, STEM, and TVET schools, mobile money interoperability, this transformative One District, One Factory initiative, significant development through the Infrastructure for Poverty Reduction Programs, IPEP, the Agenda 111 hospital projects, among many others. However, as we all know, the journey has not been without any challenges. The coronavirus pandemic and the Russian-Ukrainian war tested our resilience as a nation. But under the competent leadership of Mr. President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we navigated the turbulent times with determination and secured the health and safety of our people. So, as the President rightly put it, during the turbulent days, we know how to bring the economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people back to life. And I quote, "Whilst working tirelessly to restore the economy from the clutches of the pandemic," these were the words that the President used to console us, and he delivered rightly on that. And all indications show that we are on the right path. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we are not just presenting a document. We are sharing a vision that reflects the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of millions of Ghanaians, both home and abroad, as well as those yet unborn. This manifesto is a social contract between us and the people of Ghana to promise that we will embark on bold decisions, so we work tirelessly to build a society that is fair, inclusive, and forward-looking. As we approach another crucial election in December this year, Ghana needs a stable, firm, and competent leader to lead us through the challenging days ahead. and years ahead. I'm proud to present Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, with steady hands needed to steer the vehicle of state towards the next Bawumia administration. I humbly call on all Ghanaians, regardless of their backgrounds, to once again support the new patriotic party's flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and all our parliamentary candidates in the upcoming general elections. God bless Ghana, our homeland, and continue to make us great and strong. Let's close our ranks to ensure winning this election ahead of us. Thank you for the attention. Thank you very much.
Still here on your election command center. This is 3FM 92.7. You just heard the chairman of the governing New Patriotic Party, Stephen Ayensu Intim, addressing the crowd. He thinks the party can work together to break the 8. We still have in the studio with us our guest here, Mr. Jima, as well as my colleague Michael Ogbodu. Mr. Jima, I know you were listening to him very attentively. I mean, did you get anything that, kind of pointed to...
Straight to business to present the flag bearer to come and deliver the manifesto. I think the chairman didn't waste too much time to talk about any other thing.
I was surprised he ended so quickly.
I'm sure they all want to hear what's in the manifesto.
What's in there?
Yeah, so he didn't want to commit himself by, boring already. I'm sure the sun and then the room is packed.
Yeah.
And then probably the heat around. So definitely they have to do things, a quick one so that maybe the big one that we are all expecting will be the manifesto. And then we all want to know what is in the manifesto, how it is going to address our current difficulties, current challenges, and then the issues that the ordinary Ghanaian is being pressed with, as we were discussing earlier on. So I believe that, yes, I think the vision statement or the vision policy that His Excellency the Vice President, give us the address at the UPS is sought to give us some bullets when it comes to his policies with regards to economic policy, fiscal policy, natural resource policy, agriculture, tourism, digitalization.
We'll go into all of that. In fact, when in the course of our conversation, I'll read a bit of what he said in terms of a summary of his vision. But I think the NPP is showing us a documentary of a sort. Let's just take a listen to exactly what they are saying ahead of this launch.
And on this journey, I stand with NPP and Dr. Bawumia. Together, we pave the way for a digitized Ghana, a land where opportunities flourish, where dreams find wings.
FM 92.7, Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
This election isn't just about casting a vote. It's about shaping a destiny. And I, Fortune, I'm grateful to be a part of it.
This is 3FM.
Kukurudu, fellow party friends, sadly I'm not able to be with you in Takoradi for this momentous occasion. It's such an occasion I shouldn't let pass. without sending a message to you. When you present a manifesto, it should be a manifesto that addresses the entire nation. When we unite strongly behind Dr. Bawumia, and the nation sees it, we shouldn't underrate anybody these days. There are no secrets anywhere. We are entreating the nation to give Bawumia the chance, because I said it before at UPS that I've known him for some time, and I see him as a man of destiny. And particularly for the moment we are in now as a nation, I believe he is the man of the moment. The whole world is talking digitalization. Then when you look around the world, leaders must be imbued with a innate understanding of geopolitics. Bawumia seems cut for the moment, cut for the occasion. Custom made. He's been exposed internationally. If it's to do with finance, he's an international banker.
This is 3FM.
He's studied politics. In fact, he was born into politics. And it's because of his loyalty to the tradition that the party gave him the chance to be the candidate. So please, we are presenting a custom-made candidate to Ghana. Candidate that will digitalize the economy and social policy. A candidate that understands geopolitics and would relate his foreign policy, would bring on board a sound relationship whose core will be Ghana's best interests internationally. So today, I wish the conference in Takoradi God's blessings and all the success. So the manifesto our leader, our candidate is presenting would be received by all of Ghana in the confidence and trust that truly Bawumia is the man of the moment, man of destiny, and a very insightful, humble person, like cut to lead. This is my message to you, and I wish you all well. Kukurudu. 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 God bless you. Thank you.
Applause for His Excellency,
92.7
former President of
Urban
Ghana.
Lifestyle Radio
Please let's
Station.
acknowledge him properly.
And the voice you heard is that of the former President of the Republic, John Agyekum Kufuor, who's led the NPP into government 2000 through 2004 to 2008. His first attempt was in 1996. We have time, we'll get into that manifesto because I have a copy of that manifesto. And literally, the things that were promised then in 1996 found presence here. And right after that, you had head Dr. Chibo Daku, Deputy General Secretary of the NPP there. Julius Chima is still here as a tax and policy analyst, talks economics as well. And Beatrice Edu is also here, my colleague. It's 11 minutes after 4, and we're bringing you all that you need to know from the GSTS Assembly Hall at Takoradi in the Western region, where the New Patriotic Party is in the process of launching its 2024 manifesto. How different is it going to be? Well, we've been hazarding a guess as to the things that could be said in there. Of course, it will tackle the economy, how to build a digital economy, which has been the frontal issue for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Reducing the cost of living is also key. Power sector reforms, golden age for the maximization of the benefits of natural resources Yeah, Julius talked passionately about that. We're also thinking along the lines of increasing Ghana's gold reserves to support the city, industrialization for jobs. We're talking about dealing with corruption and stamping it in the final analysis, how to create a cashless society. One of the big promises then, and would we say now, talking about developing a credit system for Ghana. If you know that a credit score and the conversation has been on there. A national development plan. We're going to have that, a constitutional review, collaboration with faith-based organizations, tourism, sports and creative arts. Also thinking about the care for the vulnerable and those with special needs. Additional priorities, the Ghana card full rollout, and other matters arising. But in the end, it will be you. Now, how many of you believe that the NPP can break the 8? Julius, I ask you that question, but first let's look at what the statistics say. How many of you Ghanaians, per what the Global Info Analytics have been able to do by going on the ground as usual to get some detail, think and believe that the NPP can break the 8? Well, we have some details for you. Global Info Analytics is sourced here.
This is 3FM.
Beatrice, what does he say?
Yeah. Do you believe that the NPP can break the 8?
Simple question.
Yes.
It's not that simple.
The answer, yes, 27.86%. And then you have no, 51.07%. No opinion. That's huge. 21.07%.
That's a big one.
Yes. I mean, if we were going by 50 plus 1 to win the presidency,
Right.
the no's would have had it.
Yeah. So, spoiled ballots or rejected ballots, or those who would not vote at all, those who abstain, that's quite a number, 21.07%.
But you know,
of those who engage in the poll, even if they were just 100 people, are saying that we have no opinion on this one.
What's concerning about this is even if you add them to those who said yes, they still don't even meet the no's.
Yeah.
It will not be a 51.
Yes.
Exactly.
Because 51, all you need is one vote to tilt the scale in favor of which party will win. Well, Kojo Nkrumah, former information minister, now Minister for Works and Housing, is, of course, a star in the NPP, and he's speaking at the gathering.
Administration, with the strong support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, adopted digitization. The Ghanaian economy, as you know, is hugely informal. And any economist worth his salt knows that there's a need to formalize the Ghanaian economy, to formalize it through digitization. When President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia first mentioned digitization, as usual, the naysayers did not believe them. They didn't understand the vision. They mocked and they joked and they called them names. But today, digitization is bearing fruit for many Ghanaians. Digitization, ladies and gentlemen, is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. Digitization is designed to ensure that people can access government services faster and with more efficiency. It is designed to ensure that people's jobs and businesses can be enhanced. And that is why from 2017, a number of interventions were introduced. First, overhauling the Ghana National Card and National ID system. Second, introducing a robust mobile interoperability system. Third, ensuring that every address in Ghana had a digital ID system. Additionally, drones were introduced to ensure that essential medical supplies could move to various parts of the country. And it was also a delight of His Excellency the Vice President to ensure that several government services can be applied for online. What has been the outcome? Today, there has been a boost in e-commerce and deliveries, creating jobs for thousands of Ghanaians. Today, there has been an increase in access to credit because it is easier for credit agencies and lenders to identify people and to identify where they live. Today, there's high efficiency in government services because you can sit at home and apply for various government services. You can renew your national health insurance card, you can apply for passports, you can participate in tax and pension services. Today, the Ghana card has reduced the number of ghost names on our payroll and in return, saved the Republic millions of Ghana cedis. And by linking the Ghana card to the eSIM registration, identity fraud and mobile money fraud has been reduced. Thousands of lives have also been saved because of the drugs, the blood, and the essential services that have been delivered by drone. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have laid a firm foundation for digitization. And now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will build upon this digitization foundation moving forward. Ghana's economy requires the next level of formalization. And you can be sure, I said you can be sure that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will take us there. We require selfless leadership, bold solutions, and innovative ideas for the future. Digitization is just one of them. And Dr. Bawumia and Dr. Prempeh will deliver when you give them your vote to move Ghana to the next level. I thank you for your attention.
And that's Kojo Opon-Nkrumah right there. Let's get back to the figures. I mean, he's literally talking about digitalization and why Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh and Dr. Bawumia should be given the nod to lead the country on the ticket of the NPP. But these are the figures. Michael, you were running us through some analysis.
Yeah, it was quite interesting that, curious also that if you add the yes and no opinion polls together, you get just about 49%, which is still lower than that of the total of the no people in terms of those who believe that the NPP can break the 8. They stand at 51.07%, and that's quite interesting.
Julius, what do you see?
So, Johnny, I think that the NPP should really look at this data very well. Yes, it is a reflection on the ground, just as Michael was saying. If you add this one to the 27, let's assume the 21 plus 27 is NPP, because I have not been privileged to see the population and the sample size that he used. But let's assume, without admitting, that should tell us how keenly the elections is going to be.
That's right.
And let's even give all the no's to the NDC. That should tell us the current reflection of where we are now, if we are conducting the vote today, or as at the time Global Info released this particular survey. So it is really, expedient on the side of the NPP should really take a look at the data and know that there's a lot of work to be done on the ground. If all the no people are NPP, that means they have to appeal to these people. Or granted they are floating voters, you still have to talk to them. And that is why the majority leader was saying that they have to go back and then do the campaign. Either they are going to adopt house to house, door to door. But if they take it for granted, and just Michael was saying, just one scandal or two, when one of them drops a bomb in the system, it's game over. So they really have to pay attention. One thing I've realized in the system is that when currently Musa Dankwa put out some survey, they come to attack, and that is going to be in the bad interest for everybody. In elections, everything can happen. Even the day of vote.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
And I'm going back to this data. One of the, I think the majority leader in Parliament, Afenimake, when he addressed the gathering earlier, had mentioned that, look, they're having a lot of difficulties because they look at the strength of the majority and the minority, and they almost have a tie. And that's making the work in Parliament difficult.
Yes.
I'm just paraphrasing.
Yes.
Now, this breaking the 8, he also mentioned, for example, in the central region, the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, won more of the constituencies, but the parliamentarians lost their seats.
Yes.
So now we go back to the figures. Take us back to the former figures, the yes and no and no opinion. Will they have a bearing on whether it's presidential or parliamentary votes that are affected?
Yes.
Because ultimately it's the presidential votes that we are looking at. But if you become president and you don't have the tacit support of parliament or the numbers in parliament, which kind of president you be?
You become like we always say, a white elephant.
I really had high expectations of our supposed hanged parliament, because I thought for the first time we're going to test our democracy at its peak. But unfortunately, I don't think that it has worked out necessarily to the advantage of the populace. I was expecting higher scrutiny for a lot of policies that were brought to the table. I still don't know how the e-levy was passed under such a hung parliament, but it just tells you that, well, maybe politics will still come to play irrespective of who has majority or minority in parliament. And I think it's quite concerning.
Beatrice, what do you think?
Honestly,
has the hung parliament served us really well?
I'm not too sure. I think it's a yes and a no. Sometimes a no, because just like Michael just said, when the politics has to go on, the majority or the majority group, that's how Abambagwin chose to refer to the current majority in parliament. When they have to go through, they know what to do in terms of getting the minorities buy-in to get to where they want to get to. And a typical example is when the new finance minister, Amin Adam, went there to present the media budget review. We are aware that he was there earlier, but the minority had to be on the same page with them. So eventually the program started late. So when it comes to the
and that's not just him. I mean, Ken Ofori-Atta has had his own set of troubles. You know, when they said that they were not going to listen to Ken Ofori-Atta either read the budget or they were going to participate. And these were members of the majority side who had said that the minority joined. Their only point of disagreement was the process that they wanted to engage in. Some wanted impeachment and etc. etc. And missing all. Now, if you cast your mind back, Ken Ofori-Atta, I remember, did not even participate in the debate the whole week. And on the last day when the budget was supposed to be passed, he came in. The majority leader at the time was HMSA, brought him in and wanted to sneak him in. The minority said so. They took a division, went back and forth. You know, so it's been like that. The numbers in terms of grandstanding the government has been there, but how have the people benefited from it?
I'm not too sure. I honestly, and that's just my honest opinion.
How have the people benefited from it in terms of you delay the processes, you prevent this from happening, and then what for them?
I think it goes beyond delaying the process. And Michael just made a point about he wonders how the e-levy was passed eventually, because the minority made us believe that this was bad in the interest of the country, and therefore they were going to prevent it from happening. But eventually it got passed.
Exactly.
So the question I always ask myself is, are the MPs, both minority and majority, there in our interest or in their interest?
So you know, when it comes to e-levy, and we'll bring Julius, and when it comes to e-levy, the majority MPs who were in support of the e-levy told us that they had gone around, their Piakubi-led group, they told us that they had gone around their constituencies, consulted their constituents, who said they should come and say, we don't want Ken Ofori-Atta anymore because of A, B, C, and D.
Exactly.
When they decided to chicken out, all right, and had their tails in between their legs after the president met them at Alisa Hotel, did they go back to their constituents? So it's not just a case of the majority or the minority. It's about integrity and honesty. What people come and tell us. And that's why it appears that when Mr. Piakubi now speaks, people treat it, because it's not the first time. You remember again, he said Matthew Puku Prempeh is not the main man to lead. He doesn't believe in this, blah, blah, blah. Then later I come say, oh, it's not about, it's about party first. So they are more fixated on what is party and what the party can benefit, as opposed to what the people of Ghana who send them there can benefit. And that's also because, as citizens and as constituents, we do not hold our members of parliament to strict tax and strict proof. If parliament is on recess now, your MP is in the constituency, doing what? He's campaigning for himself to be retained or to be re-elected for the next parliament, that's the 9th parliament. But is he, for example, considering holding a town hall meeting? Are you petitioning or pushing him to hold a town hall meeting where you can hear the concerns that you have? Because Parliament will sit again before elections finally come on. They'll return in October or so, right? Now, how is he channeling your issue? How is he even hearing? How is he governing? How is he leading you people? We don't ask that, Julius.
Jenny, I think that is where it becomes a problem with the DCs. You know, MPs have always had problems with their DCs. Because if you're an MP, and then you are not in good terms with your DC will always and always overshadow your relevance, your influence, and how you work in the constituency. So our current dispensation has made it so. And that is why I believe the reforms that we are all expecting in the manifestos across board.
Right.
How are we going to address this issue with MPs Currently, our constitution, 2 thirds from parliament.
Right.
Some are doubling as ministers. The workload. How are they going to combine the task?
But 50% of ministers must be MPs from parliament.
Yes, that's our constitution. Thank you. So all these things are. I think that we really have to do something about it, especially with our constitution. You know, you were talking about National Development Plan. As we speak, implementation has become a problem. The documents are there, the policies are there. So are we going to still come back, discuss the same issues, and then when they get a power or they come into office, nothing is done? Constitutional implementation committees, review committees report is still there.
On the shelf.
Gathering dust.
Fantastic recommendation, fantastic reviews. They are still there. Nobody is willing to implement it.
Let's go back to the venue. There's a young lady speaking to the audience. Let's listen to her.
Sorry, thank you. Okay. Dr. Bawumia's focus on digitalization has actually helped us on how we interacted with government and also manage our lives, from accessing service, online trading, and transforming financial transactions. Already, our NPP government has created about 21 million jobs, truly, which is already a remarkable achievement, especially in the face of global challenging economy, which has already caused the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. The public sector has recruited over 1.2 million people, while the private sector has created a lot of jobs, nearly about 975,000 jobs. We have seen a lot of significant increments, with numbers more than doubling in some of our areas. The NPP government has established the Nation Builders Corps and has recruited more than 100,000 graduates with 34,000 NAPCO training, circulating payments, employment. But the journey has not been just that. Beginning with a bunch of manifesto, we embark on the new chapter, one that has promised to bring progress and a proper Ghana to which of we are attaining heights. Together with Dr. Bawumia, we are going to progress, also made a propel government, which is going to attain more heights. This is the moment where I am here, standing on behalf of every Gen Z, calling on every youth. I'm calling you, every youth. Youth, are we here? It is. We are in an era of digitalization. Let us utilize our digital war for our president and our current vice president. They are really doing well for us. Let us use all our social media. People would meet you and ask you how we see things in the future. Are we sure we are going to survive as young ones? Are we sure we are really going to do well? Having Dr. Bawumia, make sure that you announce and tell everyone around you that it is always possible. We the Gen Zs, let's keep preaching. It is always. It is time for all the youth to come out and rally for a better person who would give us all opportunities, access to jobs and everything. Thank you.
In 2017,
this is 3FM.
We've since focused on building more than resilient infrastructure.
And as one of our young ladies there, speaking for the Gen Zs. Okay. We're back in studio here on 3FM 92.7. Let's get to see the MP dynamics and Gen Z conversation. Well, the Gen Zs are also very important, especially for the first-time voters who will be mounting the voting booth for the very first time. Now, which party's parliamentary candidate would you vote for? This is to the heart of the constituencies. Michael, what do we have?
For NDC, we see 41.82%. So let's round it up and say 42%, almost 42% are going
41.82%.
Okay.
Let's not round it up. Thank you.
41.82% are going for the NDC. The NPP is trading with 28.89%. Other parties and independent candidates 10.51%, and the undecided again at a very interesting and concerning level 18.79%. It's wow. Let's see how this goes. So okay,
even bring this one here.
Yeah.
You're getting 47.68.
Yeah, if you add what do you call it, the undecided persons
to that of MPP.
That of MPP.
So it means that there's still a lot of work between still the floating voter people.
And the other parties' independent candidate will include Alan Tremantin, will include Kami Bediako, Bernard Mona, if he wins the PNC slot, or Saki Wingo Bed, Apasera.
Apasera is not going anymore.
He's not, he's thrown in the towel.
He's now, no. So apparently the person, I'm trying to remember his name, the one who who contested earlier for the same party, has shown interest to go. So for the sake of respect,
it's become a matter of respect.
Yes, Awingobit is saying that he's going for the chairmanship slot.
Is it economic respect or
every respect?
The work is still here.
Yes,
with the undecided, and that is where the two major political parties will have to focus. If the NDC are smarter ahead of the NPP and they move to them, it means that they are going to still get majority in parliament. But that should tell us that the NPP still has a lot of work to do, and they shouldn't underrate this pool or this survey by Musa Damkwa. It is not about the person performing it, but the substance of the data that has been churned out, if they really want to do planning with the data.
Akosia Menu of the National Youth Authority is now addressing the gathering. Chair.
Chi, Osu, Ekumfi, and Mfantsiman. The NPP administration has made significant investments in Ghana's airport infrastructure, including the upgrading of the Prempeh, the first international airport in Kumasi, through phases 2 and 3, which feature a new terminal building with initiating phase 1 of the which feature a new terminal building with a 1 million passenger capacity per year, a car park and access roads. We are also initiating phase 1 of the Sunyani Airport Rehabilitation Project, completing and commissioning the modernization of the Yakubu Tali International Airport in Tamale. Progress is a nice word, but change has many enemies, and we have seen our detractors attempt to deny Ghanaians of the reality of the NPP's investment in infrastructure. As Edward Derman said, in God we trust, all others must bring data. We have backed our claims with data. Anyone who disagrees should subject their position to the crucible of data and debate. The overwhelming declaration from the investment is not just that the individual is better off today, but we are better off as a country in terms of minimizing our public deficit, our public infrastructure deficit. That should be flattering, but we are not satisfied. We want to do more. Indeed, we must do much more. The Ghanaian people demand and deserve that we do more. And yes, we can do more. It is. As a new patriotic party, we must accommodate changing times, but cling to principles that never change. Under a Bawumia presidency, the government will work more with the private sector to build and maintain public infrastructure, including roads, airports, etc. As Dr. Bawumia puts it, to lead is to solve. Now more than ever, Ghana needs bold solutions to its challenges. As Ghana stands at the threshold of a new era, we must recognize that the leadership we need for the future is about vision, innovation, and the ability to adapt to emerging challenges. As a Vice President, Dr. Bawumia embodies the perfect blend of continuity and transformation. With his youthful energy, digital savviness, and proven track record of driving progress, he is uniquely positioned to take the baton from the current generation of leaders and steer our nation towards a brighter future. Let us choose the right leader for a brighter tomorrow. We are voting Dr. Bawumia and the NPP for a future of hope, growth, and prosperity. Thank you.
The speeches are quite short, getting straight to the point, I guess. Well, it does appear, I mean, they're all reading from scripts, and some concerns on the social media platforms that we have now. Julius are asking questions about the fact that, I mean, if you have done A, B, C, and D, you should be able to speak on top of your mind, or just maybe speaking notes like what we saw Kojo Ponkroma do. But it appears almost everybody is reading, from chairman reading speeches to general secretary of the party reading speeches. Afenyo Markin reading speeches. Everybody is literally reading speeches, and you're wondering, okay, what exactly is going on? Because for an event of this nature, most of the things are extemporaneous, because that is not the main manifesto document that is being read out as we saw in 2016. But maybe it's strange to the people, maybe it's not. What do you think?
What I think, Johnny, is that I believe that by now, all the big guys over there should be discussing the achievement, and they should have it off record. Off record. Yes.
One of the women who is supposed to be known for public speaking and very good writing, ace journalist Elizabeth Ohene, is out there. SNIT board chairman, or chairwoman. Listen to her.
Behind. The new Patriotic Party has a proud record of identifying the vulnerable sections of society and putting up safety nets to ensure no one falls through the cracks. For example, we restored the teacher and nurse training allowances that had been cancelled and made it possible for future educators and healthcare workers to pursue their dreams without financial hindrance. Our elders say that everyone goes through the experience of being young. What is not guaranteed is whether or not everyone will grow old like I have, nor what your old age will be like. We recognize that under the best of circumstances, some people will fall through the cracks, and therefore there must be safety nets. The NPP under President J. Kufuor introduced the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty policy. This government under Nana Akufo-Addo has extended that LEAP program, increasing expenditure from 49 million Ghana cedis in 2016 to 423 million Ghana cedis by 2023. This significant increase has provided vital support to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. Women are the backbone of Ghanaian society. They represent the foundation of both home and the nation. But we also acknowledge the stumbling blocks that history and tradition have placed in the path of women as they move through the structures of modern life. It is no surprise, therefore, that it is during our tenure that the Affirmative Action Bill has finally been passed into law. The health of the people is critical if we are to make progress, and having introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme under President Kufuor, this government has expanded it to now cover childhood cancers, sickle cell treatment, and kidney dialysis. Our investment in healthcare infrastructure is without parallel and has brought quality healthcare closer to the people. And please permit me to make a gentle reminder that we introduced the world's largest medical drone service, which ensures that even the most remote communities have access to life-saving medical supplies. We know that education is the key to ensuring equal opportunities, and we have therefore led the way in bringing transformative changes to the sector. Let me mention one minor little detail. We have provided over 900,000 tablets to secondary school students, ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to digital learning tools. But our work is far from done. We must continue to identify the cracks and introduce and enhance social intervention programs that address the evolving needs of our society. We are committed to expanding such initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has access to the basic necessities of life in housing, education, healthcare, and more. The NPP government has a strong and unwavering commitment to inclusivity, equity, and justice. We have worked tirelessly during these 2 terms to accomplish these goals through targeted and bold social interventions. By enhancing existing programs, by restoring those that have been lost, and introducing new initiatives, we are building a society where every citizen, regardless of their circumstances, can live with dignity and hope.
92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
And a little bit of a break in transmission there on our Facebook page. Sini Ashley, there's also Jonah Asiateba who says, what are people who titled their theme, "It is possible, yet JDM no fee stress policies." They are saying it is impossible for him to implement it. What a logic of the NPP, never again. Sam Onima says, Andre Japamesa has forgotten that his government has been the biggest beneficiary of the Mohammed's IMF money. They took the biggest part of the money when they came into power in 2017. Donito says, NPP gurus are not confident about their own manifesto. Really? Kwame Japan says, Baumia will win. And then a lot of comments under that one. Let me drill down. Ari Tobevi, Akla says, never. And then Kelvin Rock says, you know it from your heart that you are joking. Agbesi Basel says, I can close my eyes and mention the work Mahama and NDC has done. Nemiatu Abdul says, Johnny, go sleep tomorrow. He says, Johnny, go sleep. Tomorrow you will come to work. Oh, really? Samuel Evans Ota says, the number of votes obtained by the NPP in the coming elections in December 7, 2024 is directly proportional to... Okay, I cannot say what you said, but you're watching us from Birmingham. Jonah comes back to say it is possible that the NPP is on their way out of power. Agbesi Basil says you are not even surviving. Newton Nathaniel says pay NAPCO trainees and stop these lies. We will vote against these people. And then the Decastos and they might get out of power. Linda Baidu says, well done, God bless you. Kwame Fosuhini mentioned one regional hospital built in 8 years. I'm sure that's a question he's putting out there. Abdul Latif Abdul Mumin says, it is possible. What's a blue, white, and red emoji there? Let's go. Daily Gripping is laughing. He has a broken heart emoji there. I don't know what that means. Samuel Evans Otam is responding to Beatrice, says, as for the e-levy, I guess you guys know how the NPP used crude way by bringing ambulance with bed-ridden MP, using taxpayers' money to hire private jet to bring Ajwa Safo from America, and with the tacit support of the Supreme... Okay, I'm not sure there was a Supreme Court in there. But they said they banned the NDC suit. That's also from Birmingham, Samuel. It's being interesting, yeah? And then the rest, I'm not sure I can read them. They're quite fruity for radio.
Fruity indeed.
Fruity language. Fruity for radio, I can't read them. Yeah, of course. But you had Madam Elizabeth Ohene, board chairman of Slate. I don't know, but it does appear that the kind of enthusiasm and the kind of excitement that usually heralds events like this, maybe we're yet to see early days yet, but Jima, the kind of enthusiasm and excitement, it doesn't seem to be reflecting in the meeting that we have now at GSTS. It looks like everybody is trying to take everything cool, and it looks like, okay, it's a done deal, maybe, or maybe they're confused, or maybe they're worried, or maybe they're disturbed, or maybe they just don't care because we know that it's done. What do you say?
Well, Johnny, I think that politics is about building momentum. And if we could compare the UPSA launch, when the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, presented his vision statement to this one, it looks like there's a bit, the momentum and the euphoria and everything is down a little bit. I don't know why. Maybe we are here to see if it is going to change with time. But the UPSA event from get-go, everything was just on point. But we can't feel the energy, the vibrancy in the room. Maybe perhaps you are not there, so you can't really tell. But we are watching from TV, then we are just making the deduction. So I don't know what is really lacking, but there's that connecting factor which is missing over there. And then we expect to see that. Like I said, it's all about momentum. And once you are building the momentum, it means that it's good for the candidate, it's good for the flag bearer. And the whole starting point of the event should just, kickstart the whole momentum and the energy. But it looks like it's a little bit down. So the speeches that are coming, like I was discussing earlier with my brother Michael, we're saying that by now, you energize the room with achievement.
Right.
You talk about what you have achieved within the 7.5 or almost 8 years by now. The speeches should be tailored to at least sector minister or sector ministries achievement. I don't know if it is yet to come or we are yet to see the ministers come tell us what they've been able to do in the past 8 years, at least in summary. Then it can build or energize the room. But just the mere speeches by way of bringing people to give their own, representation of what they think things should be, and then by now still telling us that we should bring data and bring our own data. The data are already there. You have to speak to us. It's government data, and then you have to tell the good people of Ghana that this is what the data is. And I believe that by now, every Ghanaian glued to their seats, watching TV, those in Takrade at the venue, want to get to know what the government has been able to do. What is in store
for them.
Absolutely. And these things, I don't know why they are not talking about it. So I believe that if they start doing that, we can see a change in terms of energy, the vibrancy in the room, and then people can really relate with what is happening on the ground before even the flag bearer is given the opportunity to. You see, Johnny, it's like we are leaving everything to the flag bearer, and that is where the problem is.
Why is that a problem?
Because if it's like a football team,
right?
If each player is not putting in the work, and you expect
the striker
maybe absolutely to score, like my team Chelsea, always finding the striker to come and deliver the team from its mess. And that is where the problem is. Why do you want to wait for the flag bearer to always come? By now, all the statement that is being
it should be building momentum.
Absolutely, and yes, and that is
the final icing on the cake.
That is what perhaps we are lacking at the start of the program. So we hope that it will change with time as we are still monitoring and making the deductions.
Well, let's look at infrastructural development. The NPP promised in 2020 to expand road network, tar roads in district capitals and extend them to major towns. They also promised to tar gravel roads, especially in areas of high agricultural production, rehabilitate and revive airport infrastructure, construction of Kumasi Airport Phase 2 and 3, which they said at the time was 90% done. Rehabilitation of Sunyani Airport was 50% done. Construction of Tamale Airport Phase 3, which is 30% complete. Expand health infrastructure of the 673 health sector projects undertaken. 378 have been completed and 295 of them are ongoing. Also provide more infrastructure for basic and senior high schools, and they say currently we've commenced construction of 822 different infrastructure projects across all the 16 regions directly aimed at reducing the number of schools running the double track system for senior high schools. A total of 266 of these have been completed, with the rest at various stages of completion. This is what the government said in terms of infrastructural development, which is also a very big conversation. I remember in 2016, the NPP, then in opposition, when John Mahama and his people talked about infrastructure and roads and to which we don't eat roads. So stop talking about road construction. Now the government, if you listen to the last 2-3 State of the Nation addresses, the president has been touting how many kilometers of road has been constructed by his government, and arguably, they have the most quantum in terms of road construction. I'm sure somebody at Cantonment, Katamanto will be asking when he's looking at how much they are getting, how much they are importing what for, but that's their own conversation at that level. In terms of the infrastructural development, roads, schools, hospitals, let me come to Beatrice and I come to you, Michael. Would you say that the government has ticked that box?
I wouldn't say completely. And let me put a caveat here that I wouldn't say that I travel across the country.
Right.
But if I'm looking at the capital city alone, I drive with potholes. There are a lot of roads that I think should be fixed. In fact, I'll give you, and when it comes to the issue of roads, it's something that really beats my imagination, and sometimes it gets me so upset. And I remember I had an interview with one of the leading members of the NPP and asked, why do we still have bad roads in Ghana? The answer was, well, I would ask you to go and ask Nkrumah. After Nkrumah, you ask Rollins. After Rollins, you ask Mahama. You can ask Mills and Akufo-Addo. And perhaps, Mahama is not coming again. But that wasn't really an answer to why. And I'm not blaming this administration. I think that Ghana has a lot of money that if we are serious, really, about fixing roads, there shouldn't be a single untarred road, even in the capital city.
Well, that was the promise that was made to us, even to the extent of promising us concrete roads. Dr. Baumia did that, just promised that concrete. Now we don't know where the concrete roads are. But let's cross over to the venue. Prince David Osei is an actor, is a known supporter of the NPP. He tried about a week or two ago, some post on X, and the Gen Zs, they grilled him to listen to him.
Having been commissioned by His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the remaining 4 are expected to be completed this year. I think a round of applause will do. Thank you. With only 3 public AstroTurf constructed across the country before January 2017, the government has invested massively in the production of about 150 AstroTurfs across the country for various communities across the country. The government recognizes the value of sports in Ghana society and the role it plays in the lives of Ghanaian youth. As an instrument for a healthy lifestyle and a teacher of sound values such as cooperation, fair play, endurance, and moral courage. During the NPP administration, Ghana has been firmly established as a center for the arts, music, culture, and tourism. The NPP has the bold solutions to project Ghana positively and make most of its potential. A vote for NPP is a vote for posterity. I know times are hard. It's global. UK is just recovering from recession. America is tough. Canada is tough. Our neighboring countries, Nigeria, is equally tough. So to you watching me out there, the alternative is not a solution. The alternative will send us into an abyss of disaster. Vote for progress. Vote Baumia. Vote Matthew Poko Prempeh as the incoming president. Now, let me take you to a memory lane. We enjoyed free lights, we enjoyed free water during the COVID pandemic era. SMEs, money was given to people, small-scale businesses. This is the kind of leadership we had and we are having. Baumia taking over the baton is progress. I don't want you to be deceived out there There is nothing the alternative can offer. Vote for digitization. Now you can go anywhere in Ghana because of the property address, the digital property address. You can use your Ghana card. Previously, if you wanted to get a passport, you had to write an essay. Vote for change, vote for Baumia, vote for progress. Love you.
Fisheries. Okay. That's Prince David Osei, an actor. And it says we still had free light and free water and all of that. Michael, I'm sure you want to do a decoy through there before you come back to the infrastructure conversation.
Yeah.
Free water, free electricity?
Well, we called it free water at that time, but we know...
We were told it was free
water. Yeah, it was free water.
We didn't call it.
So yes, we did get some free water at that point, true. But of course, we've also had to pay for it at some point because COVID levy was introduced, which is still even in place, even though the pandemic has been declared completely over globally. We are still paying for that levy. We also do know that after that, we have suffered significant increase in utility tariffs because of the impact of those freebies, especially on the operations of the utility companies, which they claim partly contributed to the debt levels that they had and the strain on the operations and the like. So call it free at that time, but now we are still paying. Present continuous.
Well, so what then constitutes free?
Well, I think that's maybe there's a politically correct answer to that, but
because the point is that if I walk into, for example, Beatrice had a shop, right, and I walk into a restaurant, I walk in there and order a plate of rice, and I consume it, and I say, Beatrice, I don't have money today, I will pay later, and she gives me the food on credit. I cannot say the food is free because at that particular point I didn't fork out cash to pay.
Well, Johnny, to be real,
because I will pay.
Nothing is free. Somebody will pay at the end of the day.
No, but I'm saying that it's not something. In this case, it's not somebody. It is us who are paying.
Well,
so let nobody fool the people of Ghana to suggest that we got free water and free electricity. It was for political expediency, and the more the president extended it, announced and extended. I mean, Julius mentioned the poorest of the poor below the line, blah blah blah, and I've always made this argument.
Lifeline customers.
I've always made this argument. When we had the Lifeline customer thing going on with free water extension, let's say we live in a compound house and we are 5 in the house. We draw power from 1 meter, power from water from 1 meter, right? Or through 1 meter. And my Lifeline consumption is 20 cedis.
Right.
But if we decide to put our monies together to go and buy, we won't buy 20 cedis. We'll buy 100 cedis.
Yeah.
So right from the get-go, I am no longer a Lifeline consumer. So that your calculation that includes me is gone. Same for electricity.
That's a very good analogy.
And which actually happens in most compound houses. So the more you extended it and the people jubilated, it means that you were shortchanging the people. Today, all those who are part of the Lifeline people, right, or supposed Lifeline people, are paying for what they were supposed to have gotten for free. That's one. 2, those who are not connected to the national grid, I'm talking about water, who actually live around the Pokwasi and all those areas, who order their water through tankers week on week and have to pay. They did not consume any of the free water.
True.
But they have had to pay. So how do you come back and look the people in the face and insult them and tell them that they have had free water? I mean, how do you explain it?
Well, some will argue
there's nothing
that
politically correct about it. It's actually very disrespectful.
Well, some
very, very
argue that the scenario you've given doesn't cover all quarters, and at least there still are some people in the middle there who still benefited.
Michael, when COVID was up, right, I thought we were enjoying free water.
Yeah.
So I connected a pipe, right, behind my wall in the garden, put a water hose through it, and let people fetch. People who did not have water in the area fetch. Today, when I am paying my bills and the bills that we saw suddenly after COVID, when the bills that went up, I can't go back to them and tell them, you came to fetch water. I am paying for it. So when you talk about free, it flips me on a different line.
I get your point.
Because I thought it was free, And I didn't want to be the only beneficiary because they didn't have pipe at home. And I didn't want them going far away to go and catch the virus and bring it back into the neighborhood. So I said, let me put the water out here. They need it so that we all prevent it.
I mean, the fact that...
And then when I finished, I am the one paying for it alone. And I'm in my corner. And then you mount a stage and come and tell me it was free. How was it free?
So the fact that I am paying COVID-19 levy, my understanding of free is that you gave me the free water and perhaps free electricity with right hand, and then you took it away with the COVID-19 from the left hand. That's just my understanding of it, because I'm still paying COVID-19 levy. And to be honest, if you go to the mall or any of the shopping malls and you finish with your shopping, I mean, you see the prices on there. You see, and then you get a receipt and you see how much you've paid in NHL, VAT, and then COVID-19. By the time you put all of it together, sometimes, I mean, it's like a quarter or whatever of how much. I wasn't actually checking the receipts. I used to only check them just to verify that the items had been well calculated. But later I decided to check actually the cost plus the VAT and all of that. And I thought, okay, that's not a joke.
Anyway, Jima, you understand figures. Are we calculating right?
Of course, I love the submissions that we are all making, Beatrice, Michael, and then yourself. But John, the one thing is that in economics, okay, I'm an accountant, so I've had the same thing. In accounting, in finance, there's nothing like free.
Right.
I mean, we are saying there's nothing like free. Right. We always have a way of recovering the cost. And even if you look at the political economy and you study all economies across the globe,
right?
We have communism, Michael said it. We have socialism.
Capitalism is also
absolutely. There's one thing that struck me when you were talking about, that's fascism. There's fascism or something. They said that you have 2 cows and then you make one as the horse, then you keep one for the milk. So there are various means that political actors are practicing across the world. Like as a cost accountant, we always have a way to recover the cost. Sure. So maybe in the heat of the COVID, or maybe to cushion Ghanaians, there's that time we were distancing ourselves, you know, Veronica bucket, sanitizers were the order of the day, we were checking TV and blah, blah, blah. But later, like Beatrice, that's why I love Beatrice's submission. There was an introduction of a COVID-19 levy.
Yeah.
So even if you give the freebies, still people are paying that taxes. I've actually advocated for that. COVID-19, it should be part of the taxes that by now it should go off.
Even the WHO has declassified it as a pandemic.
I don't know why. Yes,
we are the only country in the world.
That's where it gets tricky, and I'm really curious to hear what is in the manifesto, because if you can't take the low-hanging fruits like COVID-19 levy off, what is the guarantee that when you come, you say you would remove e-levy, which is doing about 10 billion, we should believe you?
And you know, Michael, what actually puts me on a different flip is that the free water, free electricity, the government knew that it was not free, but they used it as a tool and benefited from it politically, just like was done in the case of NAPCO. People voted, and I've had NAPCO people sit, Michael, where you are and where Julius is seated, tell us here that, look, they voted for the NPP thinking that the reality of real jobs or being retained or whatever it is, migrated onto a more safer system would become a reality. They said it. They have said it over and over again, written statements, and said it when they went to the finance ministry and they were asked to come back. They've said it. So now, when you have benefited from it politically for a second term, and now you come back to come and tell us to pay for it, and we are still paying for it, and you mount a campaign platform to tell us that we got free water and free electricity, I think that you're missing it. Either you're disrespecting us, or you actually don't think that we can think, or you think that, let's just say something, they will buy it and we are.
So you see that Johnny's argument will hold, because if we quantify the cost in terms of free electricity, free water, as at the time, just oppose it with the money levy, you said it's 10 billion. I will put the figures there. We know that we've contributed more in terms of COVID-19 levy than that exclusive cost that was free to Ghanaians. And that is where we are saying that anytime there's an increase in public expenditure or government expenditure, you burden the ordinary Ghanaian.
Right.
That is the whole principle. So This for now, then, like Johnny was saying, for political gains, the government has been credited with that. But now we are looking at the economic and then the opportunity cost now. So that is where Ghanaians will come back at you and say, hey, we still have this thing hanging on our books. There's COVID, there's e-levy, and then now, you know, for now, we can't even talk about it. For where if you are doing the PR work, you can't talk about free electricity.
No, but David Osei, Prince David Osei, an actor who has a constituency, he has followership. I mean, he spoke about it.
Let's not go there.
Well, but he said it. He said it. I mean, so this discussion is based on the things that are said on there.
So perhaps Juma is saying that he's not an MPP.
He's not a stalwart.
Yes, he's not a stalwart. So you can pardon him.
I'm even looking at the data and then the books. You get it. So just as for what he's saying.
But I mean, you cannot discard what he has said because, number one, he's in the arts. Number two, in what do you call it? What a technique of propaganda is hero worship, the bandwagon. People will follow what he says because they love him. They have a certain attachment.
How influential is he in the acting industry?
It doesn't.
Is he even in the top 5, top 10 actors in Ghana?
If he only influences 3 people, those are votes too, because you need 50% plus 1 to win an election. So even if he influences just 1 person, it's a vote too.
Yeah, but John, you see, when it comes to the issues, we all have to be fair and candid about the things that have happened.
Right.
Why would the finance minister come back and apologize to Ghanaians? Why?
Right.
He is managing the public purse.
And he has come to apologize.
So what does it tell us?
Samuel Abu-Jinapo is MP for Damongo constituency in the north. He is also Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and one of Akufo-Addo's beloveds. He's out there speaking. Listen.
Young youth and bring the much needed development to our people. Let me very briefly highlight some of the remarkable achievements which, God willing, the incoming President of the Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, will leverage to unleash prosperity for the Ghanaian people. Firstly, by dint of hard work and innovative policies, we have overtaken South Africa as the leading producer of gold on the continent and the 6th in the world. We have revamped the dormant Bibiani and Obuasi mines, and exports received from gold alone in the first half of this year has crossed $5 billion United States dollars. Our policies have attracted new investments into the country, with 3 new gold mines under construction by Newmont in the Hafo region, Kaduna Namdini in the Upper East region, and Azuma Resources in the Upper West region, which will consolidate our position as the leading producer of gold in Africa. Even more important for us is that these investments have created scores of jobs for the youth, and more high-paying jobs will become available when these mines start operation. And with our value addition, local content and local policy, including the construction of refineries, mandatory listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and the reservation of jobs and the provision of some 50 goods and services for the Ghanaian private sector, the people of Ghana are benefiting directly from this new, enhanced indigenous mining industry. Through our enhanced regulation of the small-scale mining sector and the ramping up of community mining schemes, even while we acknowledge that we still have a long way to go, this sector is largely, without a shred of doubt, more sanitized than we met it in 2016. And the reduction of withholding tax on unprocessed gold in this sector from 3% to 1.5% has led to over 6,000% increment in gold exports from the small-scale mining sector alone. Through the domestic gold purchase program, Ghana's gold reserves have increased from 8 tons since independence to 17 tons in just 5 years. And the Gold for Oil program has contributed to stabilizing the prices of petrol at the pump. President Bawumia, with this manifesto, will establish the Novel Minerals Development Bank it will be jobs, jobs, jobs for the Ghanaian people. Large and small-scale mining will flourish, thereby creating jobs for the teeming youth of our country. Secondly, through our policies in the forestry sector, Ghana has become a global leader in forest management and nature-based climate action. Green Ghana alone has resulted in the planting of 52 million trees in just 4 years. Between 2017 and 2023 alone, some 721,000 hectares of forest have been cultivated, 5 times more than the 157,300 hectares cultivated in the whopping 53 years between 1963 and 2016. We are protecting our environment indeed. And we are digitizing the records of the Lands Commission to ensure effective and efficient land service delivery. And thirdly, we have kept a well-equipped armed forces and secured our borders for the past 8 years. The Akufo-Addo government has settled 13 million United States dollars arrears owed to peacekeeping personnel and increased their allowances from $30 to 35 United States dollars per soldier per day. Phase 1 and 2 of the Barras Regenerative Project, the transformation agenda of the military housing project for the Ghana Armed Forces, the 583 housing units constructed to support the accommodation needs of security services personnel of our country, the 933 vehicles, the 4,202 motorbikes, and the 3 helicopters provided to the Ghana Police Service, aside increasing the number of personnel by almost 40%, are just a few of the interventions made to secure our safety and security through our gallant men and women in uniform. In these 2024 elections, we, the youth, have a clear choice to make, like never before in past elections. A choice between 8 years of tangible and impactful achievement against 8 years of broken promises, doomsday, and an era of unemployment association of Ghana. A choice between this well-thought-through 2024 NPP Manifesto, fashioned to expand opportunities for Ghana's private sector and create jobs for the young people of our country, and one which has been tried, tested, and failed woefully. Total failure it was. And above all, a choice between a smart, hard-working, youthful, and problem-solving leader of enormous personal integrity who will work for you day and night, and those who have been tried, failed, and are desperately attempting to recycle themselves. Never again. Let us therefore, young men and women, from Laura to Sekendi, from Hohoi to Asante-Mampong, from Saboba to Kintampo, and of course, from my beloved constituency of Damango, rally behind Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh and the new Patriotic Party, a game changer for the youth of Ghana. And so, my friends, fellow young Ghanaians, in all humility and modesty, I say to you today that this 2024 NPP Manifesto will be strictly and sacredly implemented to the fullest by our outstanding and visionary leader, and by the grace of Almighty God, the next president of our republic, the man with bold solutions for the future, His Excellency, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. A vote for DMB, a vote for DMB, and NAPO is a vote for the youth. A vote for DMB and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is a vote for jobs A vote for DMB and a vote for NAPO is a vote for bold solutions for the future. Fellow patriots, I am the 10th speaker and the final speaker. And therefore, on this auspicious note, let me introduce to you the spectacular legacy of the outstanding president of our country, the president of the movement, the president who has built Ghana to this point, the president of compassion, the president, the fatherly president, and the president of our country, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And it is my honor, to introduce to you the legacy documentary titled, and I quote, "A Strong Legacy to Build On," end quote. Enjoy it. We are moving forward. We are firing forward. We are moving from north to east to west to south, and the new Patriotic Party is marching on to victory to make Bawumia the next president of this republic of ours. Thank you.
From the bustling cities to the serene rural landscapes, the strategic investments by the NPP government have touched every corner of Ghana. Since January 2017, under the visionary leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Ghana has embarked on a transformative journey guided by a commitment, progress, people development, and prosperity. Join us as we delve into the story of this remarkable journey. Education is the foundation of any thriving society, and the new Patriotic Party, the NPP government, recognizes that the future of Ghana rests in the hands of its youth. Since 2017, the government has undertaken bold and visionary steps to reshape the educational landscape of our nation, ensuring that every child, regardless of background, has the opportunity to succeed. The free senior high school SHS policy stands as a testament to this commitment. The establishment of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM schools across the country is preparing our youth for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Technical and vocational skills training TVET centers have been revitalized, ensuring that those with talent in technical fields have the tools they need to excel. Over 2,400 students are currently enrolled in STEM programs. Healthcare and infrastructure are the lifelines of any nation. This groundbreaking initiative aims to construct 111 new hospitals across the country. The government's investment in over 300 ambulances distributed nationwide has revolutionized emergency healthcare. Under the NPP government, road construction and rehabilitation have reached unprecedented levels. Major highways, bridges, and feeder roads are being upgraded and expanded, ensuring that every corner of Ghana is connected. Railways are experiencing a revival, with significant investment aimed at restoring and expanding the rail network. Airports, too, have seen significant upgrades, positioning Ghana as a key hub in West Africa. The Planting for Food and Jobs initiative has been at the forefront of this agricultural revolution. The groundbreaking program has provided farmers across the nation with access to high-quality seeds, fertilizers, and modern farming techniques. The impact is clear. Over 1.9 million farmers have directly benefited from the Planting for Food and Jobs initiatives, leading to a 45% reduction in rice imports as local production continues to grow. The government has invested heavily in expanding and retooling our security agencies, ensuring that they are well equipped to protect our nation from both internal and external threats. Through innovative policies and bold solutions, the government is ensuring that our natural resources are protected. The transition to renewable energy is a key pillar of this vision. Ghana is on track to achieve a 10% renewable energy mix by 2030. Social interventions are the cornerstone of an inclusive society, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their circumstances. At the heart of these efforts in the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty (LEAP) program, a flagship social protection initiative that has been a beacon of support for many low-income families. Since its expansion under the NPP government, LEAP has reached over 330,000 households. The school feeding program is another critical intervention that has transformed the lives of children across Ghana by providing nutritious meals to over 3 million students in more than 9,000 schools.
This is 3FM.
Affordable housing is another area where the NPP government has made significant strides, providing affordable, quality housing for low and middle-income families. As we look into Ghana's next chapter, the NPP government remains dedicated to expanding and enhancing these programs. Together, we are building a Ghana that is not just prosperous, but fair, inclusive, and caring.
This is
Then
3FM.
you have it. A manifesto developed with love, which is gearing to build on the legacy of a government that has passionately led the development of this country. Ladies and gentlemen,
those were snippets of a documentary protecting the legacy of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But one of the things that have also come up in the run-up to this event is the popular Ejapadia document. Samuel Atachia, a member of the Achim family, he won't be returning to Parliament. He called it a piece of nonsense. The Ochihini has called it fiction. The president said it's only targeted at that part of the country and those who come from there. Many people have said many things. Listen to lawyer Atachia, a member of the Achim family and a proud one at that. Listen to him.
I've been bereft of ideas. I keep saying, and I want to emphasize that anything of consequence that will bankroll poverty has always come from the New Patriotic Party. So you are going to see another level of serious issues and a blueprint that will depend on, so that we come out of our current economic difficulties. That's what I want to tell you. But it's not you sitting on the sidelines and criticizing NPP when you don't have any sense of free senior high school. It came from the New Patriotic Party, and that is a paradigm shift in trying to empower the nation even for the next 20 years. So very seminal and critical ideas will evolve out of this manifesto. And what is very important is that after the manifesto launch, we should all see that the future of this country is not with the recycle Muhammad, but it's with Dr. Muhammad Baumia.
Council, expectation for today, what should we expect from the manifesto launch?
I could say one thing, that the agenda for the whole system to see the power of the new age, the power of the digitalization will feature strong. Even in the energy sector, the commitment to let Ghana, a very tropical nation, deploy solar energy as a way of reducing electricity and the rest of them will be featured. A lot of things will be seen, but I believe you should spare me the trouble of trying to read the manifesto right now and let those people who have the power to do so go ahead.
Council,
it's going to be a game changer.
Briefly, a bit on the Ejapadia document that is circulating. The NDC is trying to make it a true document. You are from the president's, by extension, a family member of the president. They claim that you want to capture the state with that document and all that. I think this is the first time you are commenting on this. What do you think the NDC wants to achieve?
Well, it's extremely infantile to know that a thief will document the modus operandi and his theft on paper. So I'm tempted to believe that probably it's NDC that has forged this document. Because no sane person will believe that, let's write a document for our own self-disgrace. It's a piece of nonsense that we shouldn't pay attention to.
All right, thank you.
And you heard him, lawyer Atachia says it's a piece of nonsense that we must not pay attention to. 26 minutes after 5 here on 3FM 92.7. This is still the NPP's Manifesto launch extended coverage on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnny Hughes. I have Beatrice Edu, Michael Obodu, and Julius Jima here in studio with me. Guys, welcome back. The Ejapadia document, it doesn't look like it wants to go away, because even though the president has wished that it would not be topical on such a day, and you heard how Lawyer Thatcher described it, a piece of nonsense, given the preamble to suggest that, well, why would a thief document everything they want to do before they actually begin doing it? You know, I don't know what you think, Julius.
I think that it's still in an election year, so a lot of things will have to come up for either the ruling government.
Will it have an impact on the campaign to be waged ahead of the 2024 elections?
Well, I think that the impact will be minimal, because it is not President Akufo-Addo who is contesting again. There's a new man on the block, so the impact really would be minimal. Of course, we have really, set the parameters for the election, which is the economy, job creation, and then education. It's just unfortunate that it's targeted at a certain group of people within the NPP, and that is where all the frustrations and the grievances are targeting at. So for the general elections, and most importantly, since President Akufo-Addo is not coming again, the impact will not really be that of a great measure to affect the fortunes of the elections, that is the NPP ahead of elections. So that is just by way of the impact. But of course, it comes back to person's credibility, a certain family's credibility that has been put out there, a certain martial strategies or plan to take over the country, if it is true or not. There has been a legal suit at the moment for certain people, and then it boils down to some of the information, the miscommunication, misinformations in the system. So just as they are saying it is fiction, it is a piece of nonsense and all that, I believe at the end of the day, the court will really come out with whatever it is and the strategies that has been communicated in the Ejapadia book and what have you and all that. But of course, it's an election year.
Of course.
And you say high stakes are involved. So anything that will have to crash a certain political party's fortune is there. I mean, just as you take political credit, you should be prepared to take political losses, and these are some of the things that happen in the system. It's not only Ghana, even in America, the UK, some of these things do happen. And
but can it be wished away, especially when you see as not just the NDC or their political opponents, but you've seen other people in society, Professor Ransford, Jampo, many others say that, look, the things in the Ejapadia document are playing out. Well, it may not have been those who authored it, and really, should we be worried about those who authored it as opposed to seeing the things in the Ejapadia document playing out? What should be your priority to us? Who authored it, or how things in the said document are playing out?
Well, I think that looking at a book of that sort, we would want to know who authored it. And it's very, very, important. Any person who is in the writing of books as business, the author, his background, his whatever achievement.
Does it matter when the things in the book are playing out?
It does, depending on the person who is writing it.
Okay.
Me, for instance, I do more of, economic development policies, fiscal policies. If I go and write a book on culture, and I don't put things there, I'll be criticized. So that's
from the academic perspective,
and even the professional perspective.
But this is not an academic work. This is supposed to be out there. It's been called all manner of names. Right? The things in it are playing out. And you're looking for the author in order to believe. What will you be asking the author?
The things are that if we would have known the author, definitely the questions that yourself, the media, myself, Michael, Beatrice will be asking. Like Musa Dankwa puts a survey out there that he comes to defend it. You ask the questions. Where did you get this information? Where did you get this data?
But if you didn't author it, why are you then implementing it dito when you don't know the author?
Well, that is where I think that it's a bit curious.
So now, which is supposed to be of paramount interest, because you don't know the author. You have not bothered to find the author until now. But the things in the document are being implemented by you.
Well,
It's
I'm
quite tricky.
hearing another school of thought saying that they keep amending the book and all that because some of the things that do happen, it started in 2015, 16, and then quickly some of them was amended, and there's this cut omission. You cut. That is what.
It must be a very strange book. Then.
I don't know.
both the NDC and the MPP.
I don't know what
now,
it is that.
Because if that's the understanding that some of the things happened in 2015, it must be a very strange book. Whoever authored this must be a very
strange person. Yeah. So if we would have seen or perhaps known the author, then we can.
Would that not be taking your eyes off? Because in your search for the author, you may end up losing the focus on. By the time you find the author, everything in the book would have been implemented, and then what?
Jenny, see, for the benefit of the doubt, in the principles or the maxims of equity of law, he who comes to law must come with clean hands. So in as much as the substance are there, we are discussing it. If the author is around, certain questions he would now claim or own it up and tell us where those claims or allegations are coming from. But until then, yes, the substance are there, we are discussing it. I don't think that from some of us where we said we should place too much.
Let's hear Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. He goes up there to speak now to the crowd. Listen to him.
The member of parliament for the good people of Manchester, please put your hands together. Let it be resounding. Make a lot more noise. Make a lot more noise. The man of the moment. Your Excellency.
His Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The Second Lady of the Republic, Hajia Samira Bawumia. The National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, and all patriots gathered here this evening. I hope I can stand on existing protocols. I'm here briefly to link what we have done and give you a foretaste of what is to come. A link between the last of the Titans, Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the future generation led by Dr. Bawumia. I hope this heroic task I'll be able to do. In 2011, around 2 a.m., I was woken up by the security guards of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, way back in Bolga. When I went to see him, he was alone in the canteen of that famous hotel. We sat down to talk, obviously waking from sleep. And he said some profound things to me that evening. He said, Napo, Matthew Prempeh, this party, you are the next generation. I'm going to give you some advice, pieces of advice this evening. FM. And I hope you can stick to it. What were the advice or the pieces of advice? He said, my whole aim is to make sure when we get into government, we succeed ourselves. And I can only leave the party to one of three people. He proceeded to mention who he felt comfortable in 2011 to leave the party when he exits office. He's our second presidential candidate who is offering 8 years of competent leadership. 8 years of delivery. I can say, without any converting, that 2 of the 3 are representing and coming after him. That is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and my good self, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Leadership is born and made. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who himself was the man of the moment in 2007, and who himself we have listened to
his crowning achievements. Today is about leading us, but it is ensuring that we succeed ourselves in breaking the 8 with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Since my nomination as the vice presidential candidate of the new Patriotic Party, I've spent a considerable time in Western region. I believe, apart from our mother regions, Ashanti and Eastern, the region that is akin to making the NPP the national governing party forever is the Western region. I've spent considerable time here. I've been through Amenfi, Wasa. I've been through Disco. I've gone to Jura. I've gone to Zema. I've gone to Ahanta. I've been to Esekado, meeting chiefs and leaders in all these communities. And I'm overwhelmed by the love and warmth of the people of this region. I've been everywhere with the chairman of the party and the regional minister of the region. And I can only say thank you for the good work you do on behalf of NPP. Patriots, we have a general election to win. We have a general election to win. And this general election, we will win. With God, it is possible. This is a call to duty. This is a call to duty. And today's manifesto launch is the show of our contest of ideas and policies that is going to serve as a guiding light for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. When, by God's inshallah, 7 January, when he assumes office, he promises us that he needs no honeymoon. And from 7 January, he's going to start working for and the people of Ghana. The NPP which he represents, which he leads, and when he says to lead is to solve, has a record of delivery. In 2016 and 2020, the NPP delivered on this manifesto. I do recall His Excellency Dr. Bawumia calling me to come and account for what we are doing and what so far we have done in education. That led some of us to think deep. Mr. President, your work has been shown that you are a man Osiadeyo Oka Oye. Based upon the work that you have done, I'm sure Ghanaians are going to give us the mandate to continue from where we are. Mr. President, what you did in education has not been even demonstrated here. In 2016, it was a contest of ideas. When you talked about free SHS and free TVET, you didn't stop there. From early childhood care and new nurseries you developed. You made sure that in the era of IT, every school gets a school laboratory, and it is in progress. You made sure every teacher gets a laptop for IT, and it is in progress. And you make sure every student in secondary gets a laptop, and it's in progress. Mr. President, when you assumed office in the year 2017, 40,000 Ghanaian students had passed the WASI exams, but could not get their results because they couldn't pay examination fees. 40,000 Ghanaians at BEC and WASI could not get access to their results because they couldn't pay examination fees, not even school fees. Before you came into office, Mr. President, for every 100 Ghanaian students that qualified to go to senior high school, 35 could not go because they couldn't afford it. 35. For the 65 that went into secondary school, Mr. President, by the time of WASI, another 30 had dropped out. And that is why it was only 800 students in school when you came up. Mr. President, even not all that 800 would have qualified or been able to stay through 3 years. I can assure you, the people of Ghana will forever remember you, that as we speak, every child that goes to secondary school leaves secondary school with the best results ever. The most profound thing, Mr. President, the most profound thing that you did in education,
When the naysayers said it couldn't be possible, you made it possible. When the naysayers said you were diluting education, you were lowering standard, Mr. President, the first batch of free SHS stayed home 5 months because of COVID. And when they came back to school and they set for the Awasi, the best result ever Ghana has had. 68% of all A1-8s, aggregate A1, 8 subjects, happened for that group. 68%, the whole of West Africa. Ghana got 68% of A1s, 8 subjects. Not only that, we for the first time passed all 4 core subjects. That had never happened, Mr. President. Not only that, the best 3 students that ever happened came from your country, Ghana. That is leadership. That is delivery. That is leadership. Mr. President, we moved from education to energy under your watch. And we said, no longer will Ghana have DUMSO. In fact, by 2017, when you got into office, it had been 5 years of doom. It was not DUMSO, it was 5 years of doom. In fact, a former president said he will watch how we solve the doom problem. Not only have we kept the light on, Mr. President, even under trying times, the light has been on. Mr. President, I can say that the average electricity prices now is cheaper, dollar by dollar, from between 2017 and now. You have not only exhibited competence, you have exhibited leadership par excellence, Mr. President. I do know that right beside you was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. If you set the vision, he set the mission. If you would ensure delivery, he made sure your government ticked. No wonder you've pulled all stops to let him succeed. And surely God will bless your effort, Mr. President. I am a strong believer, Mr. President, after listening to your record. Personally, I'm a strong believer in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I've worked closely with him than many more would ever know. I believe in his ability and his knowledge, and surely he's the man of the moment. I, Masyopu Kupempe, I am committed to serving him loyally, to ensuring his vision is translated to a mission and an action purpose for myself. I know his vision is for a brighter, better, business-friendly country called Ghana. And I pledge to even work harder to support this vision. There is so much we can do, patriots, together if we pull all our hearts and minds together towards that common goal, that common shared purpose of victory 2024 December. Mr. President, nothing would make you happier. No legacy would ever pass the fact that on 7th January, your sword will be handed over to your Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You've given the next generation ample time to study and to work and to serve. It is our time to deliver. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a man of vision. He's a man on a mission. He is humble, but he is firm. He is affable. He is respectful. He is honest, and he is loyal. He is a problem solver and a very hard worker, a man of integrity and a go-getter. He is destined to take Ghana to the next level. Before I take my seat, His Excellency the President, let me say this, and I'll say it again. I know Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He is not corrupt. And will not be corrupted. In his public life, Mr. President, he has never been accused of corruption. And in his public life, he has never been investigated for corruption. and certain, that you are giving an honorable man to continue where you left off. No matter what the naysayers say,
This
Mr.
is
President,
FM.
he is not corrupt. He has never been accused of corruption. And he has never been investigated for corruption. And he will never be corrupt. For those who have skeletons in their cupboard, and think the election is far gone for them, Dr. Bamudu Bawumia will win the 7th December general election and presidential election. We Kukudites will fight from room to room, house to house, village to village, community to community, that never again will we have doomsday. Never again will there be petrol queues. Never again will money be the determinant of how much education level you can achieve. And surely the day of our accountability is coming straight to some of them who have skeletons in their cupboard. I will promise that we will work and deliver a better Ghana for your legacy purposes. Thank you.
That's Diana Samoa there, member of the NPP, a musician, gospel musician. And if you cast your mind back to the 2000 election, when President Kufuor then was candidate for the NPP, was coming in there, she had another song, Mabo Udina Mafreo. For those who are uninitiated, well, that was one of the songs that touched the heart of the electorate to decide to end the Rawlings regime and the rule, right from military rule through the PNDC era through to the NDC era. And it was a break of a new dawn in year 2000, which heralded the Kufuor administration in from 2001 straight to 2008. Well, Diana Samoa is back again. We saw her in the 2020 campaign. She's back again in 2024. This time around, much more energized and charged. And she does a specially composed song for Dr. Bawumia. It says that, well, at this point, we need you. Let's do an analysis of what Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh said. Well, never again will we have doomsday. It does appear that what Dr. Bawumia himself said back in the day, that the NDC solved doomsday before they left power, seems to be lost on Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh. Mind you, he was education minister and subsequently energy minister. I remember that the conversation was that doomsday was on for 3 years, maybe on to 4, but 3 years, that's been the narrative. So I'm wondering where he got the 5 from, and where he's suddenly now saying that doomsday will be, never again we will have doomsday, because under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's watch, we have had our own kind of doomsday. where Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh has refused to call it DUMSO, but he calls it DUM CAC, and you don't know when the problem of the CAC is going to end. Beatrice, what do you think?
I think that you just pointed it out there about the 5 years, because I remember clearly. I was in this country. DUMSO intensified somewhere from 2015 way until, to the elections, 2016 thereabout. Yes, it might have started early. I'm not too sure of the 5 years. Again, one other thing that we noticed whilst Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh was on was the referral to Akufo-Addo, or of the president rather than Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is the flag bearer, actually the man for the moment, because he is the one going to unveil the manifesto, as it were. As at now, we still don't have it. And a few other things that he said. Well, fortunately, I wouldn't say that there was any denigrating comment as compared to the first one where he had to eventually go and apologize. So, yeah, it's politics as usual on a political platform.
Right. Mike?
Mixed reactions. I was expecting a bit more inspiring conversations from him. I was expecting to hear how much of a role or what he's bringing on board
as running mate
to make Dr. Bawumia's dream of becoming president of the Republic a reality. I'm just surprised why the president got prominence in his delivery as compared to the man of the moment, who is Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Maybe, of course, is just paying credence to the man who gave him the opportunity, probably as
education minister, energy minister.
I guess maybe that's what it is. But I think that I was expecting more touting of what Bawumia has
done. Do you get a sense, for example, a whole documentary was played about the preservation of Nana Akufo-Addo's legacy. Do you get a sense that he's also trying to top up and add the icing on that cake so that Nana Addo feels good and feels cool about himself sitting there knowing that he's going away, he's left a legacy, because he says that he's not going to hand over to the NDC because he wants his legacy to be preserved. That legacy is now being drummed home for us to hear. Do you get the sense that that's what's being done?
Well, that is the case. However, for me, because you could see the smile on the face of the president within the first few minutes of Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh's delivery, fine. But the point is that the crux of the matter is that it's Dr. Bawumia who's the new kid on the block. He's the focus of whatever is happening today. He's the one going to deliver his manifesto speech. So anything that is being done today should find a way of driving attention and traffic to that. But I don't feel like that's what Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh did. I feel like it was someone who came to reiterate his allegiance to his outgoing boss and to tell him that we'll do our best to make you proud. But the conversation, I think, has moved beyond that right now. From where we sit, what we want to know is what's the way forward for us as a country. What are your plans to win this elections? How are you going to do that? What are you going to do in your capacity as running mate? I saw him try to do some validation for the flag bearer of the NPP.
Dr. Bawumia.
I don't think he did a great job at it. I think he didn't bring any life to it. We saw the subtle jab there also at the NDC's presidential candidate talking about corruption and investigation and the likes. I was thinking we would hear more about the digitization conversation, the impact it has had, and why Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is the man of the moment. But I didn't feel that. I think overall the speeches that we've heard haven't been really exciting. But let's give it to Jinapor. I think he has at least been able to raise the energy. Yes, Samuel Abu Jinapor.
Minister for Lands and Natural
Resources. I think at least he amongst the lot has been able to raise some energy.
What about Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah?
Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, I think we've seen Kojo at his peak. I didn't really find him exciting in this particular one. Maybe my expectations were very high of him, but I think Jinapor at least there was some charisma at the end, but that's what's missing in all of this. I don't know if it's deliberate to keep the energy maybe under check and leave all of that for the final explosion when Bawumia mounts the stage and then delivers his presentation. But I don't.
Jim, have you also noticed, Julius, that it does appear to be a very deliberate attempt and effort to keep the NDC and John Mahama's name out of their mouths, speaker after speaker? I mean, in the past you would have heard a lot more, talking and taking a jab, but now it looks like, look, let's avoid these guys and let's talk and tell our story. Do you get that sense?
Yes. I think that it has been deliberate on the part of the NPP, which is working for them. And I think that the NDC should do same, because this time around, the moment you mention a candidate's name, social media and whatnot,
you would have sold the candidate for free.
So sometimes when I was on the NDC's platform and you see it's been MPP staff, what content are you feeding your people? So I think that what the MPP is doing is deliberate and it's really helping them. There are times the NDC will organize shows and then they will not even comment. You see across where that we should not even comment. That is political strategy, and I think that they have been deliberate on that.
In terms of NAPO, what did you hear?
I agree with what Michael said. Abu Napo was inspiring. He tried to, energize the room. That as we were talking earlier on, because we were looking for that factor. That so far, most of the speeches that we've heard, we've not seen that X factor speech. That person who will come into the room and then try to lift, all these fans and the euphoria and then the energy. But Abu attempted, and I think that
is electricity cheaper, as Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh, the immediate past Minister for Energy, has said.
I think that relatively recently, last week, we saw the ECG's managing director saying that the consumption rate
is a reflection of our lifestyle and our consumption of electricity.
Absolutely, electricity has not been cheaper. I mean, if you look at Vice President's speech, that is the vision statement that he read at UPSA, he really alluded to the fact that to be able to bring down the cost of electricity, he has to introduce diversification. And Beatrice was talking about the energy, renewable energy.
That's right.
And I think that anybody who tries to bring such initiative is admitting that clearly the cost of power is expensive currently. We've seen increases over time, PRC doing increments here and there. We know that cost of living generally or primarily is high. So in terms of relatively cheaper, perhaps we'll have to look at the figures again. But I think that it is not cheaper.
But we live in the tropics. I mean, it beats my imagination why we are not able to harness the sun, which is burning us every single minute, every single second, and for us to generate power, which could be relatively cheaper. It beats my imagination.
The dynamics are quite tricky when it comes to that.
Well,
solar is
on a private level. We do that. So have an infrastructure that the community can benefit from and people can draw from it.
Well, that's
why do we make excuses?
Solar is dicey in the sense that when the sun doesn't come out, you're not generating energy. So it means that there's some probability of you not being able to generate energy because of conditions.
But you are doing
out of your control.
You are doing a mix. Now we're doing hydro and thermal.
But the point is that
it was the same conversation when we wanted to start thermal. We said, it's expensive, but now we're doing much more thermal than we're doing hydro.
I think it's a matter of priority.
Right? It's a matter of priority. I agree.
But we have to balance the conversation. So first off, I think that solar, one, is expensive. Two, it requires land space.
It's expensive in terms of setting it up.
Initial cost.
And then when you set it up, you run with it.
But it will take you about
maintain, and then you will still have to pay.
You still have to maintain solar.
You maintain solar one. What are you doing? You're cleaning it. That's all. How much does it take to clean
the panels? You'll have to at a certain point. You have to.
So now you know that in the next 5 years you're going to clean it, change it. Yeah. So you have a 5-year period.
Yeah.
Compare that to what we moved from Accra to what we moved from the Western region to the Ashanti region, and then what we call the power bank or power bank.
John, if you let me land, the point.
What's it called? The power bank or power bank?
The power badges. The point also is the fact that the amount of energy you generate from solar you cannot use for production necessarily. because of the volume it produces in terms of the power, the capacity.
That's not even debatable. So if you have, for example, if you go to China, there are places in China where they have those high-rise buildings.
Yeah.
In the morning when the sun rises from the east, they have solar panels on that side of the building. Yeah. When the sun is up and setting it up in the sky, the solar panels on top of the building. When the sun is coming through the west and going down, the solar panels right there. Right? So they're generating power, and this is for your common lights, air conditioners, and basic stuff.
At least it can cater for the lifeline customer.
So the point is that there should be a policy to make it accessible to the average person who needs them for basic consumption. So the question right now is, if we are serious about renewables, why isn't there a tax rebate on the importation of that? Why isn't there a tax incentive to bring them in, so that average persons like you and myself, who ordinarily would have spent 40, 50,000 to buy that, can get a tax rebate on it that can bring it to maybe 15, 20,000. That's an incentive for us to go in there. And then also by that, we reduce demand on the grid, which can now be channeled to the production.
Well, it's a fair point you make. But the initial conversation about it is expensive, is that is what the government and authorities have been telling us to take our minds off it. I mean, if the presidency of all places, where we're told we'll have solar power, does not have solar power after 7 years going on to 8 years. What is the excuse? What is there? What's the sound banning us for?
Well, the recent investment, Honorable Abangbabe.
So we can go to Dr. Baumia. Dr. Baumia is now airborne. Let's go to Dr. Baumia now.
FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Executives, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all. I stand here filled with a lot of emotion, humility, and nostalgia. 16 years ago, right here in this beautiful city of Sekondi Takoradi, I was outdoored to the good people of Ghana as the running mate to the visionary leader, then flag bearer and leader of the New Patriotic Party, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, I am privileged to return to Takoradi, this time against all odds, as the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party to launch the 2024 Manifesto of the party. With God, it is possible. In exactly 111 days from today, over 18 million Ghanaians will have the opportunity to decide on a new leader and parliamentarians to govern the affairs of state over the next 4 years. Fellow Kukrudites, the race is on, and I know, and you know, and they know that the momentum is on our side. I have witnessed firsthand the enthusiasm, commitment, and determination of the rank and file of our party, the great New Patriotic Party, to break the eight and usher in life-transforming ideas that will deliver broad-based prosperity to all Ghanaians. From my possibilities tour, I came across hope, expectations, and the belief that it is possible to transform Ghana and create a sense of pride in the Ghanaian. Our tradition, the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, has not only been the vanguard of the rule of law and governance, but also pace setters and drivers of the life-changing policies and interventions. Let me first thank Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, the chair of the Manifesto Committee, the co-chairs, and all members of the Manifesto team for putting together this wonderful document. I am very grateful for their dedication. Let me also thank the earlier presenters for highlighting the major achievements of our government under the leadership of President Nana Akufo-Addo. We have taken time to highlight these achievements because track record is a significant predictor of credibility and the potential to do more. We have catalogued them because in the NPP, we view these as our obligation to the people from whom we draw our mandate. We have enumerated them precisely because they communicate our ability to respond to the numerous needs of different sections of our society. Indeed, we have listed them to show we remain committed to fulfilling the social contract we have with the good people of Ghana. Above all, the exercise we have undertaken confirms that hundreds of pledges that have been made to the Ghanaian people, and broadly they have been kept, and given the opportunity, more impactful and forward-looking interventions will be implemented to move Ghana to the next level of the development journey, a journey that will build on our successes to open opportunities for all. We promise to change. We promise change, and we have made significant progress. Mr. President, history will be kind to you, and you shall be remembered for your unprecedented achievements and the millions of lives you have touched. We are eternally grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, if there was any doubt, believe 3FM. It is crystal clear from the data-backed account we have given that our overall performance and track record are superior to that of my opponent and his party in virtually every sector. Virtually every sector we are superior. But I believe, as a former president and a proud student of history, he knows that. And that is one part of the reason why he is avoiding a debate. The other part, of course, is about the courage and the confidence to put what he intends to do differently this time around with the power he seeks, side by side to the vision I have for Ghana and the clear roadmap to getting the work done. That is the choice we are presenting to you, the Ghanaian voter, on December 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding our superior performance, there remains the fact that between 2020 and 2022, we experienced severe challenges triggered by the pandemic, which brought the world and our country to a thundering halt. The world experienced the greatest economic depression since the 1930s, with most countries recording negative GDP growth. Supply chain disruptions and the rising price of oil resulted in major increases in the prices of fuel, freight, and food across the globe. Indeed, Ghanaians were hit very hard by rising food prices, increased exchange rate depreciation, rising fuel prices, and rising transport fares. Our debt became unsustainable and had to be restructured. Bondholders saw a sharp decline in their net worth following the painful yet unavoidable debt restructuring program. We faced very, very challenging times, but with calm leadership and the support and understanding of the good people of Ghana, we have weathered the storm, and the economy is firmly on the path of recovery, with increasing GDP growth and declining inflation. It is gratifying to note that our policy interventions have started yielding the desired macroeconomic results. Many economists and analysts have rightly stated that Ghana has turned the corner. But we know that for many families, the cost of living is still very high. The hardship is real, and we commit to doing more to relieve the difficulties Ghanaians are facing. We are equally committed to creating more job opportunities that will significantly reduce youth unemployment among the national population that has increased over 5 million in the last 8 years alone. We have created so far 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. But youth unemployment remains a major concern and that confronts us, and we are committed to doing even more. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, it is better to continue with a party that has created more jobs than any other in the Fourth Republic than go back to a party and a leader who, after 4 years of doom so, created more unemployment than any government in the Fourth Republic. Ghana needs bold solutions to deal with the challenges we face, and that is what I am offering in asking for the mandate of the Ghanaians. This manifesto that we are launching lays out our comprehensive plan to take Ghana to the next level of growth, prosperity, under a selfless leader with bold solutions for jobs and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, my vision, as I have stated, is to create a tent big enough to accommodate every Ghanaian, to tap into the resourcefulness and talents of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures food sufficiency, safe, prosperous, and dignified future for all Ghanaians, to create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all, and for Ghana to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution using systems and data. To realize this vision, we must collectively have a mindset of possibilities, not impossibilities. There is a critical failure of mindset that manifests itself in the absence of core values, patriotism, and principles within our society. We need to invigorate the can-do spirit of Ghanaians to believe that we can even do better than we have ever imagined if we put our minds to it. For example, students from Mamfi Girls and Prempeh College have won international robotic competitions against their peers in the US, Germany, South Korea, and so on. Recently, Dr. Angela Tabiri from Ashaiman was crowned the world's most interesting mathematician after a global competition with some of the best mathematicians in the world. The mindset of possibilities must be inculcated in our children from home and school. This is why we are going to introduce a growth mindset curriculum in our schools to help students build critical skills such as problem solving, risk-taking, opportunity spotting, and design thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced a major economic crisis, and with your support, weathered the storm. But we are not yet where we want to be. It is therefore very important to protect and expand our rebounding economy to attain and sustain macroeconomic stability with low inflation, low interest rates, exchange rate stability, and low budget deficits. Fiscal discipline and private sector empowerment will be the key to realizing our commitment to job and wealth creation. To sustainably reduce the budget deficit and interest rates, my government, inshallah, will enhance fiscal discipline through an independent Fiscal Responsibility Council enshrined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Fiscal Responsibility Act will also be amended to add a fiscal rule that requires that budgeted expenditure in any year does not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue. This will prevent the experience of budgetary expenditures based on optimistic revenue forecasts which do not materialize. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, my government will reduce the fiscal burden on government by empowering the private sector to do more. Fundamental to building any modern, prosperous society is ensuring that access to education and health is available to all, and that there is a safety net for the most vulnerable. Under the two-term administration of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, I can say without any fear of contradiction that no past leader has done more to uplift the poor and the vulnerable in society than my boss. We put in place new ones and expanded existing social policies and programs for the masses across Ghana, like the free senior high school, free TVET, Agenda 111, one constituency, one ambulance, expanding school feeding, national health insurance care for childhood cancer, sickle cell patients, and kidney dialysis, and so on. I pledge to you that my government will protect and deepen all these programs that several millions of you depend on. From my interactions with the people, the three top major concerns of Ghanaians are the cost of living, jobs, and roads. The 2024 manifesto of the new patriotic party prioritizes what you, the Ghanaian people, say are your priorities. The manifesto lays out a clear path of how we plan to solve these major problems, among others. That is why my government will make business and jobs our #1 priority. True to our philosophy, I believe the private sector has the capacity to provide jobs and create wealth for society. My administration will therefore incentivize and empower the private sector to do more in complementing government in the provision and management of many infrastructures and other public services. This can reduce government expenditure, increase efficiency and accountability, create competition, and improve maintenance. Yes, we have built more roads than any other government in the Fourth Republic, but we still have a lot to do. In the last 8 years, we have been deliberate in empowering Ghanaian contractors to undertake many major infrastructural projects that would otherwise have gone to foreign contractors. My policies will encourage the private sector to take greater responsibility in the provision and management of critical infrastructures, including building hostels, housing, and schools for government to rent or lease to own. The demand for roads construction is massive, and this has historically placed a huge burden on the budget. I will make it more attractive for the private sector to also finance construction, management, and maintenance of roads through PPP concessions. Also, I want to change our procurement culture drastically to tackle waste and corruption. My government will move towards leasing rather than outright purchase of goods such as vehicles, printing equipment, and so on. The private sector will have the responsibility for the maintenance of the equipment. With this approach, the budget can save very significant amounts in outright cash expenditure annually from various items across different ministries, departments, and agencies. The policy will energize the private sector to invest in their expansion and create many jobs. Enhancing the role of the private sector, along with fiscal and administrative decentralization, improving our systems and the way your institutions function, will lead to greater efficiency, cutting waste, and ensuring value for money in procurement. The move towards the private sector provision of many public services would create the fiscal space of at least 3% of GDP annually. That is 30 billion Ghana cedis annually. This represents a major paradigm shift. Additionally, an efficient system of governance will require even fewer ministers. Therefore, I will have no more than 50 ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to our tax system. To increase government tax revenue, we have to reform and refocus the Ghana Revenue Authority towards broadening the tax base. Estimates suggest revenues amounting to 13% of GDP, or some 150 billion Ghana cedis in 2023, are not collected because people are outside the tax net. Many individuals, businesses find our tax system cumbersome and confusing. We want a tax system that is easy to understand, easy to comply with, and easy to enforce, softer on the taxpayer, and that is not subject to so much discretion. The next NPP government will introduce a very simple, citizen-friendly and business-friendly flat tax system. This will be the first change in our tax system since independence. No government has thought about changing the tax system, but it is the NPP party that is saying it is time for a change in the tax system. A flat tax system, and a flat tax will be of a percentage of income for individuals and businesses with appropriate exemption thresholds set to protect the poor. With the new tax regime, the tax return should be able to be completed in minutes. We will also simplify our complicated corporate tax system and VAT regime. We will reform the VAT tax regime by merging all levies into a single line item levy and treat the merged levy as part of input and output VAT to eliminate the cascading effect in the current regime. To start the new tax system on a clean slate, my government will provide a tax amnesty, that is a complete exemption from the payment of taxes and the waiving of associated interest and penalties up to a certain year to individuals and businesses for failures to file taxes in previous years, so that everyone will start afresh on a clean slate. In return, my government will expect the beneficiaries of this most significant gesture and such savings to be directly used in creating jobs. Our ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to move Ghana to a lower tax regime with broader coverage to stimulate greater economic activity and generate more revenue to the state. For this to succeed, tax digitalization will be implemented across all aspects of the tax administration. Everyone will be required to file tax, a very simple tax return, electronically through their mobile phone or a computer.
This is 3FM.
There will be no manual or paper filing of taxes anymore. Faceless assessments will provide transparency and accountability. There will be no need under this new tax regime. There will be no need for GRA to send officers to sit in shops, to close shops. E-invoicing, as being implemented by GRA, will also be extended. I now come to support for business. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will be for business because, true to our philosophy, I believe the business of government is to empower business to deliver for society. We will therefore support the growth of businesses by the following policies. We will incentivize Ghanaian startups in selected strategic sectors with investment tax credits for the first 3 years of their operations. A flat rate system of duties for all importers will be implemented, bringing predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. We will harmonize port charges to align with the charges in competing regional ports, particularly Togo. Duties in our ports will not be higher than the duties in Lomé, Togo. Ladies and gentlemen, very importantly, we will use the government's purchasing power to stimulate industrial expansion and business growth. This will help create jobs by rolling out a Buy Ghana First policy, under which all goods and services procured by the public sector will first be filled by goods and services produced locally. And we will back this by legislation. We will implement a shift in electricity tariffs to the electricity tariff structure to a regime in which commercial rates are either equal to or lower than residential rates, never higher, to power our industries and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to establish an SME bank to meet the special financing needs of small-scale medium enterprises, which will employ over 80% of Ghanaians. We will also complete the digitalization of land titling and registration to allow owners of landed properties to use their properties as collateral to raise capital for their business growth and expansion. We will create special economic zones in collaboration with the private sector at Ghana's major border towns such as Aflao, Paga, and Elubo to enhance economic activity, increase exports, reduce smuggling, and create jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the cost of living, reducing the cost of living. Another major priority of my government will be to reduce the cost of living. The world is facing what is commonly referred to as the global cost of living crisis. Even though the inflation has dropped by half this year, prices remain high. I want a Ghana where we can attain food security through the application of technology and irrigation to commercial large-scale farming. We will also promote the use of agricultural lime to reduce the acidity of our soils, enhance soil fertility, and get more yield from the application of fertilizers. Ghana has an abundance of limestone to do this. I will prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam by using the private sector financing to crowd in grant financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also ensure food security by stabilizing the prices of foods produced locally through financing and guarantees from the Development Bank Ghana and the Ghana Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, also known as GESL. This will mainly involve upscaling the production of staple foods, investing in the preservation of staple foods, meat, poultry, and fish products, and establishing agricultural enclaves which will have irrigation, processing, and storage facilities in each region for crops or grains in which the regions have a comparative advantage. We will reduce the cost of transportation by promoting and supporting electric vehicles for public transportation. By the grace of God, I hope the first 100 buses that we will be introducing for public transportation will hopefully, inshallah, arrive before the end of December this year. We are also going to expand the Gold for Oil program to continue stabilizing the price of fuel. Stabilizing the price of spare parts through the flat rate duties for all importers policy, which will bring predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to make your driver's license valid for 10 years and extend the renewal period to 5 years. Under a housing for all policy, I will also have a major focus on the provision of public housing in the same manner that Singapore did. We will partner with the private sector to build large housing estates without the government having to borrow or spend. Also, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has worked so well with thousands of beneficiaries, will be enhanced to deal with the problem of the demands of rent advance of 2 years or more. We will also ensure a variety of accommodation types to meet different pockets and needs as follows. In social housing, we'll be including homeless shelters, overnight stay for the vulnerable, and expanded rental assistance schemes for low-income workers. In the area of affordable housing, we'll be including district housing projects through incentives to the private sector real estate industry, as well as expanding the services of the revived State Housing Company and the Tema Development Corporation and the National Home Ownership Fund, and improving housing finance through an expansion of the mortgage lending market, as well as rent-to-own schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use a variety of ways to deliver access to the various types of accommodation. For example, social housing. We will provide public lands within our main cities to private developers, and in order to benefit, make it mandatory for them to set aside between 20 and 30% for low-income social housing units with subsidized rents. Significantly, ladies and gentlemen, improving the availability and affordability of power. We will do this by bringing on board 2,000 megawatts of solar power and incentivizing users by buying access to power they generate from their solar systems and paying with free electricity from the national grid when they need power through net metering. We will continue to make accessing services easier. For example, once you have a Ghana card, all public organizations will not be required to collect your basic data. They will have all that data. They don't need you to fill any forms because all of it is on your Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a Ghana where we leverage technology, data, and systems for inclusive economic growth. I want to build a Ghana into a world-class digital economy. I want to build a Ghana where we apply digital technology, STEM, robotics, and artificial intelligence for the transformation of agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, fintech, and public services delivery. As part of this process, it is my goal to eliminate the digital divide by achieving over 90% internet penetration within the first 4 years of office. We have already made very significant progress in this direction by increasing internet penetration from 34% in 2016 to some 70% by 2023. The task in the next 4 years is to move from 70% to over 90% as exists in the advanced countries. It is possible. I am determined to not let Ghana miss out on the fourth industrial revolution, as our continent did on the industrial revolution some centuries back. I want to see Ghana build the digital talent we require for the fourth industrial revolution. This will mean providing digital software skills to hundreds of thousands of youth. This, along with other priorities, will create jobs for the youth, including school dropouts. In collaboration with the private sector, we will train at least 1 million youth in IT skills, including software development, to provide job opportunities worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, generally, there will be an enhanced focus on technical and vocational education. My government will also support the establishment of a national open university, Ghana, in collaboration with the private sector, and it will focus on ICT, TVET, and STEM. Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare our children for the fourth industrial revolution, I will enhance the positioning of the educational system towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution and job creation. My government will make coding and robotics standard in senior high school. Furthermore, to become a digital hub in Africa, Ghana's telecoms industry needs more investment. The cost of data for the ordinary Ghanaian has become too expensive. It goes against the very ethos of our digitalization journey. We commit to working actively with industry players in setting clear policy guidelines that will remove any investor uncertainty and difficulties in business planning, including the expeditious allocation of spectrum, driven more by the goal of enhancing digital inclusion. In addition, we would be working with educational institutions, leading and global tech firms to establish a national robotics, engineering, and AI lab for research and training of young Ghanaians locally. We will also be providing venture capital funding and grant support for commercially viable tech projects by Ghanaian startups to drive innovation, foster high-tech entrepreneurship, create jobs, and support growth of Ghanaian high-tech businesses. We will also be providing live lab opportunities to Ghanaian tech startups under a matching program by purposely connecting them to matured large tech firms working on government tech projects to help startups test their ideas in real-world environments and to accelerate their product development cycle. We will also be working with the Bank of Ghana to significantly expand our regulatory sandbox to admit more fintechs as well as regional fintechs. This will position Ghana as a multi-regulatory, multi-jurisdictional sandbox for financial payments interoperability. We will also be establishing a fintech fund with a seed capital of $100 million. That is about 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to attract additional private sector funding and to support Ghanaian startups developing payments and financial services solutions, especially focused on region-wide explorable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be implementing a digital residency, that is e-residency, for businesses and individuals in tech firms to register and operate within Ghana. We are also going to be implementing a 5-year digital nomad visa and work permit to attract global tech talents to domicile and work from Ghana, appointing also, ladies and gentlemen, a digital ambassador whose role will be to develop new external markets for Ghanaian digital talents and products and facilitate the export of our digital services. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be implementing comprehensive data interoperability across government platforms to enhance transparency and streamline services. We will be pushing further Ghana's leadership, led by my boss, Ghana's leadership role in achieving cross-border mobile money interoperability among other payment systems within the AfCFTA to enhance buying and selling within Africa's 1.4 billion consumer market. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be creating a marketplace to streamline public sector procurement. As a result of the increase in fiscal space from the tax and expenditure measures we are going to undertake, we will be in a position to enhance the digital economy by abolishing the e-levy as well as taxes on mobile phones. We are also going to ensure in this digital economy that we are building that the Ghana card will not be required, that for any person who holds a Ghana card, you will not be required to fill a form to get a passport. You will just be required to pay your fee because all the information is on the Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, working with industry players, we intend to make Ghana a world-class digital economy and a digital hub of Africa. I now come to our natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as president, the next NPP government will usher Ghana into a golden age for the maximization of the benefits of our natural resources like gold, lithium, bauxite, and so on. The key to doing this is value addition and Ghanaian ownership. As we have started with lithium, we need a new paradigm in a natural resource contracts that sees more of the benefit accruing to Ghana. Some of the key policies that we will implement to maximize our benefits from our natural resources include formalizing and regulating environmentally sustainable small-scale mining. Our goal would be to help grow the small-scale mining companies into large-scale mining companies with the capacity to building and assisting them to access financing to acquire equipment. In line with this, we will license all miners doing responsible mining. District mining committees, including our chiefs, will provide initial temporary licenses to the miners. Every Ghanaian in small-scale mining will register under the Ghana Small-Scale Miners Association with their Ghana card. We will, in collaboration with the large mining companies, convert abandoned shafts into community mining schemes. We will also open new community mining schemes, and district mining communities would be responsible for reclamation and replanting. We will also set up state-of-the-art common user gold processing units in mining districts in collaboration with the private sector. We will also conduct an audit of all concessions with various licenses and new applications. This will allow government to know licenses that have expired and non-compliance with the existing license conditions are in non-compliance. My government will establish, in collaboration with the private sector, a minerals development bank to support the mining industry. My government will also reduce the minerals export tax to 1% to discourage smuggling and encourage more production. We will establish, through the private sector, a London Bullion Market Association certified gold refinery in Ghana within the next 4 years. Following the establishment of this refinery, all the responsibly mined gold in Ghana produced by the small-scale sector will be sold either to the central bank, PMMC, or MIF. We will make available proven reserves data from the Geological Survey Authority to small-scale miners to help deal with the associated problem of trial and error digging for gold, which destroys our environment. Once the data is available, the small-scale miners will know exactly where the gold is. And so they don't have to do trial and error. They'll go directly to where the gold is, and the environment will not be destroyed. We will also adequately resource the Geological Survey Authority to undertake the mapping exercise. We'll also scale up the use of mercury-free gold catcher machine technology, which is less damaging to our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to an important subject matter of stabilizing our currency. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the need to transform the structures of the Ghanaian economy from merely being an exporter of raw materials, an importer of finished products, to producing what we consume and adding value to our raw materials and farm produce. The Akufo-Addo-led government set out in 2017 to find solutions by introducing transformational policies such as one district, one factory. While industrialization remains the long-term solution to macroeconomic stability and shared prosperity for Ghanaians, the vulnerabilities in the structure of the Ghanaian economy remain and were heavily exposed by the global crisis of 2020 to 2022. The crisis hit us really hard, but you may wonder why, unlike previous times when the city faced severe pressure, This time around, we have never experienced queues at our fuel stations or doomsday as we did in 2015. Let me tell you a short story about that. I approached my boss when we had this crisis, as I saw our foreign exchange reserves continually dwindling. I approached my boss and suggested a novel way as a solution to the shortage of foreign exchange. I proposed that we leverage on gold to produce directly in exchange for the essential goods we import. He gave me the go-ahead to pilot the one critical import, petroleum products, the shortage of which would have completely derailed our economy. And that is what resulted in gold for oil. I am happy to say that the two policies that have helped rescue the economy from catastrophe in the recent crisis were the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, which I proposed, and the gold for oil program. The pilot, these two policies, the pilot has worked for a number of companies and has worked for the countries. Some companies which wanted to repatriate dividends and couldn't do so because of foreign exchange constraints have suddenly been able to do so because of the gold purchase program. We have thus found a solution in the midst of this crisis, and bringing together the pilot of this gold for oil and gold purchase programs. We have thus, through this crisis, we have suddenly found a solution to the profit repatriation problem that many businesses had without destabilizing our local currency. This also brings major comfort to foreign investors operating in our countries. I believe from the success of the pilot scheme, we can confidently say that we have found a solution to the age-old foreign exchange problem that successive governments have struggled to contain, and which invariably led to inflation and other macroeconomic challenges. My government will completely institutionalize what I will call the Gold for Forex program, even as we intensify efforts to transform the structure of the Ghanaian economy. Simply put, the domestic gold purchase program is a policy which allows the Bank of Ghana to boost our foreign exchange reserves by buying locally produced gold with cedis. Gold purchases from this program alone amounted to $5 billion in the last couple of years. With Ghana's unexplored gold reserves estimated at 5 billion ounces, with a market value of $10 trillion US, my government will ramp up the gold purchase program to cover all major forex demands. We will cover all major forex demands with the gold purchase program. Put simply, if, for example, a company wants dollars, we will take their cedis and we will buy gold and we will give them their foreign currency. The gold purchase program will therefore provide the anchor that our local currency has always lacked. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I want to build, with your support, I want to build a credit system for Ghana. In the advanced economies, workers are able to easily access credit to purchase items such as televisions, cars, mobile phones, and houses. They are able to do so because the credit system over there works, and it is supported by individualized credit scoring by the credit rating agencies. In the advanced countries, people are able to obtain mobile phones for free under a contract arrangement with the telephone companies. But people with the impossibility mindsets don't understand that these things are possible. In Ghana, such a credit system is yet to develop, and therefore life is harder for our workers. It is our goal to make it easier and cheaper to access credit by leveraging our data and our systems, such as the Ghana card, the Ghana Post GPS, mobile money interoperability, Momo accounts, DVLA, GRA data, bank accounts, and so on, to build an efficient credit system and a mortgage market in Ghana underpinned by an individualized credit scoring system and the digitalization of land titling and transfer. We look forward to starting individualized credit scoring in Ghana this year in 2024. And this will make it easier for Ghanaians to access credit at lower interest rates. My promise to you is that soon you in Ghana will no longer have to save before you are buying what you need. You can buy it on credit and pay small, 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 like they do in the advanced countries. In the area of public infrastructure, we will, to reiterate, partner the private sector to finance, build, and rent or lease to own to government public infrastructure, including schools, housing, water, and roads, as well as equipment. We will revive and resource, including modern equipment and state-of-the-art workshops, the Public Works Department, PWD, to be the primary government agency responsible for maintenance of public infrastructure across the country. We will fully implement and expand the District Road Improvement Program, under which the local governments have been supplied with equipment to help maintain roads in their districts. This District Road Improvement Project was the brainchild of the NPP government and not anybody else. We have brought it, and nobody should try to claim credit for it. Through partnerships with the private sector investors, we'll develop the railway network across the country based on the master plan with strategic focus on the western and eastern lines in the medium term. These two lines are of high economic importance and will be prioritized for development and completion under my government by the grace of God. Eastern and Western railway lines. We will facilitate the establishment by the private sector of a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility at the Tamale Airport to develop into an aviation cargo, horticultural cargo, and logistics hub. We will also commence the development of the much talked about by us in our last manifesto, the development of the Cape Coast Airport, for which funding has been secured under the Korean $2 billion facility, which we will serve both the central and the western regions. In collaboration with the private sector, we will also build an airport in the Upper East region. We will achieve, through our investment universal access to electricity in our first term of a Bawumia government. And we will complete all the Agenda 111 hospitals to ensure every district gets a district hospital and all the regions get new regional hospitals. As a result, we will recruit more doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals with improved conditions of service, and will bring healthcare services to your doorstep by completing the digitalization of public healthcare institutions under the e-health project. Under the e-health project, we have digitalized all the patient records in all teaching hospitals, all the regional hospitals, and all the district hospitals. So today, if you are referred from Wa to Kolebu, you don't need to bring a folder. You just bring your ID number, the doctor in Kolebu will enter your ID number, and all your records will be there for the doctor to see. We expect that by next year, we'll cover the remaining health centers and CHIPS compounds so that we have a comprehensive database. We will also scale up. Once we have done this, we are going to be scaling up telemedicine services and establishing, ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to be establishing 2 additional sites in addition to the existing 6 sites of drone delivery centers at Funsi in the Upper West region and at Kintampo. So we are establishing 2 more drone sites. And the establishment of these 2 sites will give us 100% coverage for drone delivery across all of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established the National Electronic Pharmacy Platform. We have put together 2,456 pharmacies on one platform, which is working. So today, if your doctor prescribes you a medicine, you can go to the pharmacy platform, put in your medicational requirements. The platform will tell you which pharmacy near you has the medicine and what the prices are. We will make sure this platform is interoperable with all private and public facilities. We will also offer incentives to healthcare workers to be able to buy 1 vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. And we will also ensure compliance with the existing deprived area incentive package for health workers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of affirmative action for women and girls, we will implement in full the Affirmative Action Act we recently passed. We will establish a Women's Trade Empowerment Fund, WOTEF, to support women-owned businesses. We will ensure gender parity in the award of government scholarships. And we will further improve the maternal health care program. We will pursue a Women in Diplomacy program for Ghanaian women to take more leadership roles in international organizations. And we will ensure that existing sexual harassment laws are strictly enforced. We'll also be enabling mothers to seamlessly enter the workforce by prioritizing, in partnership with the private sector, the establishment of daycare centers near workplaces, including marketplaces. We will enforce existing regulations on maternity leave governance as well. In the area of education, ladies and gentlemen, my government will increase the stock of student accommodation in our universities and other public tertiary institutions. to address the housing deficit on our campuses and make them affordable. We will introduce a free tertiary scholarship for persons with disability to remove the financial barriers to pursuing their educational goals. On scholarships, we will integrate the scholarship databases across all the public sector institutions managing such schemes to ensure full visibility and transparency. We will expand eligibility for the student loan scheme to include all post-secondary students, including certificate and diploma programs. We will prioritize and direct a significant proportion of national scholarship schemes towards training and skills development in STEM as well as other needed skills in Ghana. We will implement in full the centralized application processing service, CAPS, for tertiary institutions. Under this, you will apply once and pay once. As I already said, we will establish a national open university. And for those who, after completion of their tertiary education, have secured jobs, they would be exempted from national service. They can go and start work immediately. We will protect and enhance free SHS and free TVET, which is truly transforming lives and changing life outcomes for millions of people. Since we started the free SHS and free TVET, enrollment has increased by 83%. We are building the foundation for a well-educated, prosperous society. With free SHS and TVET, we have achieved gender parity. More girls are getting secondary education, and the impact will be positive for society. We, as a result, will recruit more teachers at all levels with improved conditions of service. We will also continue to develop additional infrastructure for our educational institutions to meet the increased numbers. We will offer incentives also for teachers to buy one vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to good governance. In the area of good governance, we will, and I reiterate, we will reinstate the process of getting MMDCs elected through a universal adult suffrage to deepen decentralization and effective local governance. We will delink the creation of districts from constituencies to bring an end to the automatic increase in the size of parliament. We will institute an electoral area share of the common fund for assembly members to facilitate development at the electoral area levels. And we will engage Parliament and other stakeholders, including political parties, to review the 1992 Constitution to achieve effective national development. We'll provide value-based leadership predicated on values such as selflessness, excellence, ethics, justice, integrity, transparency, diligence, and accountability. In pursuit of values-based leadership and responsible citizenship, will formalize the relationship between the state, chiefs, faith-based organizations, and civil society organizations, and redefine and elevate their place and role in the national governance structure. We will formally designate faith-based organizations as development partners who are entitled to similar incentives. We will review Section 63 of the Chieftaincy Act to empower chiefs to strengthen local governance. and we will pay living allowances to paramount chiefs, divisional chiefs, and queen mothers. To encourage the registration of all lands and to avoid land disputes, all stool lands will be registered without an initial fee payment. Payment will only be made of the registration fee when the land is sold, and then we will get our fee. But initially, all chiefs can go ahead and register stool lands without paying a fee. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will also protect Ghanaian cultural and family values. Dealing with corruption is my next area of focus. Ladies and gentlemen, all governments have struggled with the canker of corruption in our society. People have been killed for corruption, and people have been jailed for corruption, but yet it persists. My view is that corruption operates in darkness, and we need to deal with it through openness and transparency, and through digitalization. Our approach so far has been to deal with corruption after it occurs. My approach to deal with is to deal with corruption before it occurs. Digitalization is the vehicle. The Ghana card has enabled us basically to eliminate ghost workers from the Comptroller and Accountant General payroll, also from the SNIT payroll and the National Service payroll. Using the Ghana card and the elimination of ghost workers in SNIT and the National Service Scheme, we have saved 800 million Ghana cedis in just these two institutions. One of the most potent weapons against corruption is transparency. Many corrupt activities are cash-based. Apart from the obvious benefits of moving in the direction of a cashless society, the literature does indicate that more electronic payments are used in transactions as opposed to cash. The more that is done, the more there is traceability, and therefore the less corruption. I would like to bring Ghana close to a cashless economy in the shortest possible time. So far, the Bank of Ghana has made a lot of progress in this direction by putting in place a lot of payment systems and infrastructure. These include mobile money interoperability, merchant interoperability, the universal QR code payment system, the GH-Link debit card, eSwitch, Ghana Pay. We have put in place the necessary infrastructure to go cashless as a country. Recently, the Bank of Ghana has completed a pilot of the digital version of the Ghana CD in Sefwiwi also. This is known as a central bank digital currency, or the e-CD. The e-CD is designed to work online and offline and will be launched by the Bank of Ghana in due course. The e-CD will be the ultimate weapon in our fight against corruption because it will provide transparency, reduce the risk of fraud, robbery, tax avoidance, and money laundering, since it will be easy to track the movement of money and identify suspicious activity. The ECD will quicken the pace of Ghana's move towards a cashless or a near cashless society. We will also, ladies and gentlemen, implement blockchain technology and smart contracts for secure data exchange and transparent government services. Employing a distributed ledger technology improves transparency and efficiency. This will make all government transactions permanently traceable and not subject to alteration. I want Ghana to be the first country in Africa and one of the few in the whole world to become an all-government blockchain government. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of care for the elderly, we will pass the An-Aging Act for the care and protection of the elderly. We will promote geriatric care training programs to address the growing need for elder care. We'll implement policies on the establishment of home care, nursing homes, and rehabilitation services, including assisted living and old age community living. We will create elder-specific social assistance schemes to cover those not currently covered by existing programs such as LEAP. In the area of the environment, ladies and gentlemen, we will enhance the protection of our forests and biodiversity hotspots. We will restore our forests through a reforestation program by targeting 30,000 hectares of degraded areas for reforestation and plantation development annually, establishing 1,000 hectares of bamboo and rattan plantations annually for watershed protection and plantation development. We are also going to be providing tree seedlings and plantation suckers in a minimum of 1,000 communities to enhance national reforestation and plantation development programs. We will protect and preserve our water resources by vigorously protecting both surface and underground sources, by ensuring that the provisions of the water use regulations are adhered to. We'll protect transborder water sources, notably the Volta River, and we effectively manage all water basins in Ghana. With our mining policy, we believe that we are going to be able to deal with galamsey, and that will help us protect the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of sports, the creative arts and tourism, we will use tax incentives, including a flat tax, to incentivize private sector investments in sports, tourism, and the creative arts. We'll implement an e-visa policy for all international visitors to Ghana to make visa acquisition fast and convenient for visitors. We will roll out a visa-free policy for all African nationals and all Caribbean nationals visiting Ghana. We will also establish a travel protocol in partnership. We will also, in partnership with the private sector, establish a streaming and digital management platform for Ghanaian content developers in the creative arts. We'll also establish a travel protocol service for the creative community to enable artists, performers, and other creatives honor international performances and shows. We will establish a sports development fund to develop sports infrastructure and talent development and grassroots sports programs, including the revival of Colts football and leagues across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we will establish a Ghana School Sports Secretariat, which will be an agency under the ministry responsible for sports in collaboration with other stakeholders such as the GES and sports federations. My government will seek school-level collaboration with international sports bodies like the NBA and the NFL to make Ghana a hub for these emerging sports in Africa, to create more opportunities for young people. We have already tried this with the NFL, the governing body for American football. We will, ladies and gentlemen, also upgrade the surfaces of our football pitches to meet the highest international standards. And so we will be seeing an upgrading of the stadia in Kumasi, Accra, Cape Coast, Tamale, and Esipong to make sure that they meet the highest international standards. My government will also implement an effective maintenance module for our sports facilities. We will continue the construction of astroturfs for every constituency to boost the development of our talents, including juvenile football. We have increased astroturfs from 3 that we inherited to over 150 in 2024. We are going to start an Operation Olympics Glory program by dedicating resources towards the preparation of our athletes and their readiness for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, USA, including where necessary, targeting specific sports for medals. We will support the revival of the Premier League and clubs to improve commercial viability and create related jobs by directing policy through the National Lotteries Authority and the Gaming Commission to establish and fund a sports employment module to assist premier clubs fund operational expenses, including player remuneration. And also we will provide a bus to each Premier League club. And we will build 6 5,000-seater capacity stadia for the new regions, the 6 new regions, and we will build a standard stadium for Sunyani because of their love of football and the many clubs in Sunyani. We will promote school sports by establishing a Ghana School Sports Secretariat to create more opportunities for young people in sports and collaborate with international bodies, as I said, to make Ghana a hub for emerging sports. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of protecting our borders, we will not compromise on our efforts to ensure Ghanaians feel safe and are free to go about their daily lives. We will therefore continue to keep our borders protected, our communities and neighborhoods also safe. We will complete the 15 forward operating bases at our border frontiers of Ghana. This will allow the military to swiftly respond to any external hostilities and threats posed by terrorists in the sub-region. We will continue equipping Ghana's security services to build their capability in protecting the nation. And we will also focus on equipping the prison service as well as the fire service. We will deepen the cooperation of our neighboring states and the international community in the fight against violent extremism. We'll recruit and deploy 20,000 more security personnel to enhance the visibility and strengthen the human resources of our security services. To make our neighborhoods safe, we are going to roll out 50,000 more anti-crime cameras, the CCTVs. And so far, we have rolled out about 11,000 CCTVs, but many districts and regions, many district capitals and regional capitals are not fully covered. So we ask national security to undertake an exercise to tell us what is needed so that we can see what is happening in every public street, in every regional capital and every district capital, every day and every night. They came back and told us they needed 50,000 cameras, CCTVs, for us to be able to accomplish that directive. And my government will provide the 50,000 CCTV cameras so that we have complete visibility in all our regional capitals and all our district capitals to basically make sure that if you commit a crime, we are going to catch you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also roll out more body cameras for the police and other logistics. I believe that we can find, ladies and gentlemen, a broad, find broad contours of a national development plan for which we can find consensus in areas such as education, healthcare, industrialization, and so on. I will support such a consensus national development plan. Specifically, I propose that we can amend Article 87 of the 1992 Constitution, as well as the NDPC Act, Act 7479, to mandate political manifestos, political party manifestos, and consequently the economic and social policies of governments, as well as budgets, to be aligned to agreed broad contours in specific centers. The current Constitution was designed for political stability, and it has achieved that. We need to amend it with the help of Parliament to align it more to national development. In that context, we are committed to the process to amend the 1992 Constitution through public consultation, with a key emphasis on the election of MMDCs to deepen democratic decentralization, ex gratia, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a nation that cares for and invests in the vulnerable, like persons with disabilities, the aged, the street kids, the lepers, cerebral palsy patients, and so on. In cooperation with faith-based institutions and the private sector, my government will also focus on special needs. To start with, we will recruit 1,000 special needs teachers and retrain teachers on how to work with special needs students. We will also train more speech and language therapists and occupational and behavioral therapists. We will also set a quota for the recruitment of persons with disabilities in all government recruitment, and also provide incentives for the private sector to recruit persons with disabilities. Now to the youth of our country, kindly lend me your ears. I have been to you, and I have listened to your concerns and soaked your aspirations. I want to assure you that I am for you. Our nation is at a crossroads. We are preparing to elect a new president in December 2024, and I believe I will serve you better as your next leader. I am a problem-solving leader. In the last 7 years, I have, with the blessings of President Nana Akufo-Addo, led and championed initiatives to address some of the fundamental problems in the public service delivery area. I possess the integrity you require in your next president. I believe that the Almighty has blessed me with a fortitude of character to ensure the implementation of bold solutions for our future. My track record of public service and in international development is public knowledge. My entire career, from academia through to the Bank of Ghana, the African Development Bank, and my current role as Vice President has been anchored on competence, diligence, and efficient and effective management skills that have contributed to my ability to see projects through to completion. I am determined to make your future my business if you give me the mandate to serve you. My proven ability to manage and deliver results professionally and transparently sets me apart from the rest in the race. As an experienced professional with unblemished national and international credentials, I am ready to bring that expertise to bear on national governance with the sole motivation to transform. The NPP delegates resoundingly gave me the mandate to lead the party based on my performance and the delivery of major signature projects and programs and vision. Given these and my verifiable personal integrity, I humbly ask you, ladies and gentlemen, that you hand the steer to me. That you hand the steer to me to usher in a new government, a new management style that will give us additional results. A paradigm shift in how we manage our resources and let the benefits of nationhood reach out to every member of society. With all humility, I declare that I am a visionary leader who can generate new ideas to confront problems. I have the exciting ideas for the 21st century nation. We have done well in creating jobs in the last 7 years. 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. However, unemployment is still a major issue amongst us. I make a firm commitment to sustain and expand the rebounding economy to address the problem of unemployment. To the Gen Zs, I am well plugged into the new world you belong, and I know the keys to press to unlock your potentials within. I am your plug to your dreams of a prosperous Ghana. I am your plug to creating opportunities and decent paying jobs. I shall offer you a problem-solving leadership built on my values of integrity, compassion, and sincerity. To this end, I have presented for your consideration our manifesto for 2024. The manifesto is giving. It is giving hope. It is giving ideas. It is giving jobs. It offers the opportunity to create a new generation of entrepreneurs through my business support initiatives. It strives to make Ghana a fully digitalized nation in which you are able to access public services with ease. It incentivizes the private sector to expand and deliver good jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as Vice President, the policies I have championed or initiated have impacted or will impact the lives of virtually every Ghanaian. I have, with the full blessings and support of my boss, promised and delivered on many groundbreaking policies that are happening for the first time in our history. These include championing the Ghana Card, Agenda 111, e-pharmacy, Ghana.gov, one constituency, one ambulance, Zongo Development Fund, paperless ports, motor insurance, database, renewal of NHIS on your mobile phone, Ghana Card number as your TIN number, SNIC number, NHIS number, zip line, delivery for drones, gold for oil, gold purchase program, and so on, and so on, and so on.
This is 3FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, through the successful implementation of these policies, I have proven to be a problem solver and a promise keeper. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the choice Ghanaians face in 2024 fundamentally is a choice between a brighter future and a bleak past. As I noted in my presentation at UPSA in February, we have to ask ourselves a number of questions in making that choice. If you want someone you can trust to come up with innovative and impactful ideas to transform Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want someone with personal integrity who can be trusted to fight corruption, then your choice is Dr. Bawumia. And if the person you have in mind is someone you can trust to work tirelessly and selflessly for Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want a leader with a proven record who you can trust to create jobs for the youth, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who has the vision and the commitment to prepare Ghana for the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who is more committed to protecting and using the natural resources for the benefit of Ghanaians, then the answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who will be more accountable to Ghanaians? A one-term president like my opponent, or a person who can look to a long-term development of Ghana, because he will return to you after 4 years to render an account for the long term? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to protect free senior high school education? The answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who has demonstrated to the development, who has demonstrated a commitment to the development of deprived communities like our inner city communities and the Zongo communities? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to provide bold solutions to improve our economy, create jobs, and improve social protection. It is Dr. Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, I am determined to make a difference, a positive difference. I am determined to use the experience I have earned over the last 7 to 8 years from the challenges and the priorities we have tackled, from the successes we have chalked to the hard work to succeed with you on the priorities that I have laid before you today. I will work for you, with honesty and integrity, with wisdom and decisiveness. I have clarity of mind as to what I want to do from day one as president. I will not ask you for a honeymoon to cool off and think about what to do with the responsibility you give me. I am prepared and ready to serve. You know what I stand for. You know my vision. I believe in the ingenuity of the Ghanaian. Together we can succeed in building a progressive society of possibilities, enterprise, compassion, open opportunities, and shared prosperity for every Ghanaian, born rich or poor, born in the north or the south, born Christian or Muslim, born a girl or a boy, a leper or a disabled person. I have never been president of Ghana before. I am presenting myself to you for the first time to ask for your precious vote to serve you as your president and to continue the development agenda of the NPP. When you make me president, inshallah, I will implement my own vision that I have outlined. In all humility, I will ask you to give me the opportunity to become one of the most impactful presidents in Ghana's history. In conclusion, dear Ghanaians, what I have presented today are just highlights of our manifesto. There are many more details and policies that are found in the full version. I implore you and entreat you all to read the full manifesto. This manifesto we are launching today is a manifesto of hope, a manifesto anchored on bold solutions to usher in the golden age of good governance and accountability, and a manifesto of possibilities, focusing on quantum leaps in jobs and prosperity. Our positive mindset is built on a strong track record of innovations and achievements. Unlike our friends who regard every life-changing policy proposal as impossible, we in the NPP see possibilities. We innovate, deliver, and prosper. I mean to deliver for you and your family, for your future, for your business. Indeed, Bawumia means business. I thank you for your support, your prayers, and with God's guidance, we can win together. It is possible. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland as we launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto.
We are born.
92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Ouch! Yeah. Me didn't have a acid.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for those who connected with us on social media, on 3FM 92.7 on our Facebook and X pages, you would have seen the images from the GSTS Assembly Hall. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia there giving us highlights of the NPP's 2024 manifesto. And Kim Paluta's song in the background seems to be the theme for Dr. Bawumia's campaign. We will put all together, compile everything, and give thanks to God. But Dr. Bawumia says that the manifesto is giving vibes of hope, jobs, and ideas. Says he is the main man who not ask for a honeymoon. Too many pointers to be looking at. Still have Julius Jima here as an economist, a policy analyst as well. Talks tax in the middle. Michael Ogbodu is with our business desk, and Beatrice Edu is with the 3 newsroom. So we had the Vice President of the Republic, now the NPP's flag bearer. We're wrapping up our conversation here and our coverage. What are the takeaways for you? Beatrice, let me begin with you. Ladies first.
Ladies first, indeed. I was looking forward to a number of things. The preliminary comment is that the Vice President said a lot of the things in his UPSA vision that he gave us. So when we were talking earlier and we mentioned some of the things he had said at UPSA, indeed, we were actually on the right track, although we had not seen the manifesto because he repeated a lot of what he said over there. But just the highlight for me, though, he talked about fiscal discipline, reducing the fiscal burden on the government so that's the fiscal discipline on the part of the government. And then another step of it is reducing the burden on the government.
I'm sorry
by
to cut you. Let me go back to the GSTS grounds where Marina Egbeta is interacting with Salah Mustafa. He's the youth organizer of the New Patriotic Party.
Espouse his vision and what he thinks for young people in this country. And that's exactly how Dr. Bawumia has been taken. Over the period discussions we have had, in the build-up to the manifesto, the various policies. Like he mentioned, this is just an abridged version of the manifesto, just about 44 pages. When the entire manifesto is ready, we have more extensive policies than we have espoused here for the want of time. It's going to be an exciting time for the Ghanaian youth. I remain a single believer in the ability of our country. What we need is leadership, and that's what Dr. Bawumia is about to spark off. We have had a very good foundation, and I am happy that Dr. Bawumia admitted to the challenges that we are facing now. Look, I have been interacting with people across the world, and the challenges are everywhere. Every country is looking up to that one leader who can make a difference. And in Ghana here, the person who can make the difference for us is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And we have heard a bit, teasers of some of the policies. And clearly, you can tell the difference between us and them. The alternative is empty. Dr. Bawumia is going to deliver on specific sets of policies that will ensure the total transformation of our country. That one, there's no ambiguity about it.
This document, you believe, takes you into the next general elections, confidence that you're winning?
Absolutely, absolutely. Not just the document alone. The work has been done on the ground. Look, I have been traveling across the length and breadth with Dr. Bawumia, and for every place we go, what the people tell us is the amount of development that we brought in the various districts and constituencies. Look, we don't take it for granted that the single most important item for young people is jobs. And this country, we have to do everything singly possible to ensure that we deliver on job creation for the youth. And that's exactly what the next, led by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is going to focus on. I've said this time without number. He's a youth-focused person. He's a problem solver. And today, he has espoused that himself very boldly and strongly, that for me, my attention is going to be on the youth. And that is the trajectory this government is going to take. And I have absolute belief and confidence in him that this is, what he's going to do.
Thank you, Salam. That's Salam Mustafa, national organizer. Let's take you right now because...
Yes. I don't intend to go over that. You've also heard about the exciting things that we're going to do in the next 8 years. I don't intend to talk about that. What I want to do is to give testimony and make an appeal to the Ghanaian people through you why they should give the leadership of this country to Mahamudu Bawumia and Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Because at the end of the day, plans, policies, programs, if there's no character, if there's no strength, if there's no determination of will on the part of the people involved, they just remain plans and programs. I don't think there's anybody in this country better placed to testify about the capacity of our presidential ticket than me, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I am the best. I am the best placed person to give the testimony, and clearly also the best place to appeal to the people of Ghana to give the stewardship of this country for the next 8 years to Dr. Bawumia and his running mate, Napoli. 16 years ago,
this is 3FM.
that Mahamudu Bawumia and I first met and decided to join our lives together. I can say that there's not one day that I've regretted joining my life to his and his to me.
This is 3FM.
In opposition as well as in government, he has been a model of loyalty, of honesty, of dedication, and of patriotism. This is a man who lives and breathes Ghana. Whatever commitments he has made before you and before the people of Ghana, I can put my hand on my heart and say he will deliver on each one of those commitments. People have had problems with their vice presidents in the Fourth Republic. We won't go over that. I, Nana Addo, I've never had any problem with my vice president. I've gone to bed every night secure in my knowledge that my vice president stands firmly with and behind me in everything that I've tried to do in these last 7.5 years. He has been the picture, the model of loyalty itself. And all I can say to his vice is that even if he has half of the loyalty that Mahamudu Bawumia has shown to me, he is going to be an excellent vice president. This is a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not a man who is going to tell the Ghanaian people that you have short memories. That is not the kind of man we have here. That is not the type of man we have here. He's a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not somebody who's going to say to the Ghanaian people, when his policies have failed, that I am not a magician. That is not the language of Mahamudu Bawumia. That is not the sort of person that he is.
All right, so you have the President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo there as
And it's 8 p.m. President of the Republic, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, wrapping up things there at the GSTS, the manifesto launch of the New Patriotic Party. Those were just highlights, some 44 pages. We're looking for the main document. We still do not have it. When we do, we will let you know. But quickly, Beatrice, wrap up for me. Let's do this in a minute each so that we can...
It looks like the dynamics just changed.
Right.
The president just came in to say that he's the best the country has had, and also appealing for Ghanaians to vote for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
Right.
But just to wrap up on what I started earlier, Bawumia also talked about having 50 ministers in his government. That is 10 less of what Mahama has promised he would do, and probably 25 less as compared to, is it Alan Kwejo Tremantin? And yes, so he talked about that. He also talked about electric vehicles, 100 of them arriving before December 2024. And just the last bit for me that I thought was highlight was also establishing over 90% internet penetration in Ghana. Wow, it will be amazing to see how that will happen, because you need to build the infrastructure and ensure that the basics are in place before you think about the percentage. So those are my primary comments.
Well, Mike.
First off, I did a quick analysis of the time that the flag bearer of the NPP spoke for, and he did about 1 hour 47 minutes.
Right.
Quite interesting, and then I think quite lengthy, maybe for feedback for them in the future. I thought it was a bit draggy, and a lot of the issues sounded familiar, like things we had heard before. So hopefully in the future, a more summarized approach, punchy, delivered would be great. I think it was also exciting to hear the number of tax cuts, tax reviews from the VAT system to a flat tax system and the likes, the consolidation of a lot of the taxes into a single tax system that would help enhance the business in the country. I like the fact that the points where he talks about regulating and reducing the taxes at the ports and make them equivalent to what is being paid at our neighboring Togo and the likes. Very exciting things that I'm sure Guta AGI would be excited about. Of course, we also want to understand what the policy is to boost local production, to make up for that increased in demand. I also wanted to see, I was hoping to hear more on the revenue side, how he plans to raise revenue to make up for those tax cuts that he's announced. And I'm hoping that in subsequent days, we'll get more, as the conversation deepens, we'll get more information in that light.
Jima, let's hear you.
Johnny, I think that just as the feelings that it comes with budget presentation, I'm sure that the same feeling can be juxtaposed with this one. The business community obviously will be looking out for some of the fiscal issues that Michael was just highlighting. For me, one thing that I would want to comment on is the lack of attention in the cocoa sector. Because currently we have our 3 export commodity items giving Ghana a lot of foreign cash and foreign reserve. And cocoa, the price per ton on the international market now is $10,000 just for 16 bag of cocoa. And the whole manifesto did not seem to address the current difficulties in the cocoa sector with regards to production, low production, and then as a result, we are not getting the windfall in the system. And Johnny, yes, you talk about the exchange rate. We all know that the reason why cocoa has been the backbone of the economy is just the influx of foreign cash. So if the whole policy did not address the challenges in the cocoa sector, then I believe that something must be done, because you can't talk about good for oil, good for purchase policy, and then as a result, you are leaving one of your biggest cash crop. And that will be a disaster for us. It means that we'll still come back to talk about these same exchange rate issues and all that.
Were we surprised that we saw the president, come up and wrap up? Because ideally, on a day like this day is Dr. Bawumia's big day. I mean, everybody who mattered in the party had spoken, from general secretary to national chairman to regional chairman to leader in parliament to ministers, selected ministers to other spokespersons, Gen Z and everybody else. And the president comes to top it up. I mean, did he commit any blunder by doing that on this special day, Mike?
I feel like
you think so too. Do you think so too?
Especially on the high energy that Bawumia ended on.
Because initially we were talking about the low momentum, lack of energy in the room, lack of vibrancy. It started with Jinapor, and Napo came in a little bit, then Bawumia, then all of a sudden the whole thing dropped again. So I think that he's taking some shine, whether he skipped protocol or something.
I'm looking at what is purported to be the program lineup for the manifesto launch, and the president was supposed to have spoken
earlier,
okay, before Matthew Opoku Prempeh mounted the stage. But what I'm seeing, but there's a closing remarks after Bawumia speaks, and of course that doesn't have any designations allotted to it. So I don't know, but I felt it just took something off, especially when he mounts the stage and the first things you hear is him praising himself,
being the last killer.
I think generally the kind of hype that you'd have expected from key players, the president to the running mates, Matthew Opoku Prempeh, having been exciting. I feel like so Opoku Prempeh came in, promoted Nana Addo over Bawumia.
Right.
Nana Addo came on, promoted himself over Bawumia to a laudable extent. I don't know what the
I honestly, Beatrice, what do you want to say something?
I think that, if the program, the purported program is really what it is, and he was supposed to speak before the vice presidential candidate, he could have still spoken after. That's just my opinion. I feel today was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's day.
He literally took the shine away from him. And I don't know. I think that maybe Nana Akufo-Addo, our president, needs to realize the fact that now the party has a new face, the party has a new flag bearer, the party has a new leadership. Power would automatically shift from him and go to the leader of the party. Mind you that if you cast your mind back, the national elections of the party had to be postponed upon his request, right? Twice.
Yes, twice.
Had to be postponed twice upon his request.
Yes.
Maybe he was so worried or scared or not too sure if power would switch and allegiances will still be banned, because now as soon as power switched and people started getting the indication that there was going to be either a Bawumia or a different person, and you had 10 people contesting for the thing, that's what perhaps emboldened Apiakobi and the rest to start talking tough and start saying that, look, we want to preserve the party. And it ran through for about 6-7 of them who said, we want to preserve the party, we want to preserve the party. I think that, he took the shine away from Dr. Bawumia on this particular occasion, because Dr. Bawumia even though he suffered, half-popped, in most of the instances, flip-flopped, he had risen to a certain crescendo. That and then
this will begin to feel more like a send-off rather than an announcement. If you get what I mean. I felt like a send-off for Nana Addo more than...
and this will be the second time, because when Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh was announced, after that Kwame Nkrumah statement, the gaffe, Kwame Nkrumah trended on X than the man who had than the man who had just been outdoored as the running mate of a big political party in power seeking re-election. And then on this day as well, Beatrice, what's trending on X now? You were telling me about what's trending on X.
Yes, that was some hours earlier. What was trending? It was actually Napo before he even spoke.
Right.
And then later when I checked, it was change is coming. And I checked what the change is coming was about, and apparently it was for the NDC. So
that was after Prince David Osei had spoken.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I'm revising it again, and it is that's on my trend. Change is coming. Number 1, Prince David Osei. Number 2, Snit. Number 3, Baumia is number 4. Number 5, the Ghana we want. And of course, Takoradi is also in the trends. GSTS, which is the venue for this launch, is also in the trend. Oh, yes. And then NPP 2024 manifesto launch.
Okay.
But that's not within the first 5.
Okay.
My trends.
It's gone. What do you have, Mike?
It's quite concerning because on my trends, number 1 is Prince David Osei.
Okay.
2 is SNIT. 3 is GSTS, which is at least for a good reason. Then there's Petrovic. Then change is coming.
Change is coming.
The Ghana we want is at probably number 10 or 11.
Okay.
And it's quite interesting because you should be expecting at least Baumia or the fact the NPP's hashtag trending. But
Julius, are you on Twitter as well? Are you on X as well?
Yes, I'm on X.
Okay, what's trending on your phone? Here's what's trending for me. This change is coming. It's number 1. Prince David Osei is number 2. Baumia 2024 is number 3. SNIT, I'm sure that's after Elizabeth Ohini spoke.
Yes.
Number 4, and then it is possible number 5. There's the Ghana we want, GSTS, and then later we find Black Sheriff, Takoradi, and on and on and on. So
a bit of sports.
Yes, a bit of sports. Yes.
But let's not forget though that although the president spoke last, at the end of the day he seemed to have still directed everybody to voting for Baumia.
We didn't need him to do that.
At this point, it was a little too late. After the meal has been served.
We didn't need him to the man himself had come to tell you that his manifesto is giving hope, ideas, and jobs.
Yeah.
His manifesto is this, is that. He's the man who have his own ideas, have this, have that, and then you come back and before you say we should go and vote for him, you're telling us that you are the greatest to have ever done it. I mean, how do you marry the two?
What I wanted to add is the presentation style of manifestos and budget.
Right.
I mean, you could see that the manifesto committee could have done some form of summary because in communicating at this level, it's all about strategic directions. But we saw a lot of operational day-to-day things that the ordinary Ghanaian will be able to do. And I think that at this level is they should be able to put it under maybe some subheading. We were discussing, we didn't hear too much about foreign policy.
Right.
He only spoke a little bit about our borders, but we should have a comprehensive policy on our security. And I know that the security analysts will pick these things up and be discussing.
Right.
So I we want to entreat upon our people that most of the budget manifestos and all that, they should be able to put it under a big header in a strategy
I think
form.
what they did in 2016 at the trade fair was for me par excellence, because in 2016 you had those who had been designated to fill certain roles, like Professor Frimpong Boateng and their former Greek minister, former health minister. They came out to read portions of the manifesto that related to their sectors.
Absolutely.
On this occasion, you find that Dr. Baumia read everything, and I mean, I wouldn't give Dr. Baumia 100 over 100 or maybe a 70 over 100. 60, 50 in terms of public speaking, because undulating, skills, rhythm and pace, breath control was indeed, you can tell was a problem for him. So at some point, it made the message that he was putting out there quite laborious to listen to.
And he got to a time that you could see that he was tired,
because the thing was becoming more like work. It was not enjoyable. If we had, for example, segmented it so that all the other persons could have come in, but then there's a bit of a confusion, because you clearly can find and tell that he doesn't want to, because he has mentioned that he will use 50 ministers. You're not too sure who he should allow to come and speak, because if I allow Julius to come and speak and I don't allow Beatrice to come and speak, and Julius speaks on communication, it means that, well, Julius is getting a communication job. What is Beatrice getting?
But that deduction had already been made through the manifesto committees, the various committees on youth and sport.
You can
the deduction is there.
You can say that, but they will have deputies. So you're also looking at who is doing what in Dr. Baumia's government. All right, people stuck their necks out for him in the run-up to the primaries. Some people went the Alan way, like the Katrina Fekus, and they went the Alan way. They came back to the fold because Alan decided to go independent. All right, so you're looking at all those dynamics.
Okay.
And he heaped all the work on Dr. Baumia in the final analysis.
Okay.
And Nana Ado came and put the icing on the cake. Did he not? Anyway. Well, Beatrice Edu, thank you very much indeed for running through with us all through since, well, in the morning up to this time around. See you tomorrow. Michael Ogbodu, see you tomorrow. There's no rest for the wicked.
I like the see you tomorrow. Like, you're still coming back to work.
Yeah, you're still coming back to work. Julius Jima, thank you very much. Tax policy analyst and also economist. Thank you so much. 62 Don Ulu. He is our producer. And we're going to give you some good gospel music. Mixing Gospel is here in the background. So you stay with us on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnny Hughes. It's been a pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege. We're leaving in the hands of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia while we get ready to wrap up nice and easy.
Since we